Massive show, really big episode of SmackDown coming up tonight. Obviously, we have got the championship match, the undisputed WWE Championship match between Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes. First thing we're going to do is we're going to ask people, what do you think is going to happen? Now, of course, there are rumors that have done the rounds, but we also know that things can be incorrect, and we also know that plans can change. Information can be incorrect. WWE can put out false info. So I think I know which way this is going. I'm sure you do as well. But let's have a look and see what people are thinking. So, what do you think happens? Do you think we're going to have Cody win the title? Do you think we're going to have Drew retain the title? We'll just leave it at those two. I was thinking of putting outside interference, all that, but outside interference would still result in either Drew retaining or Cody winning, so we'll just leave it at those two options. So that's our big one. Obviously, that's the headline. That's what everyone's tuning in for. That's what everyone is waiting to see. So we've got Drew battling Cody. That's sure to be, of course, our main event. Then we've also got Rhea. She's coming to face Jade. That's pretty exciting. And the reason why that's exciting is because of the online back and forth between Rhea and Jade. So that's exciting. Actually, Rhea Ripley did actually put a message out. She says there, let the fun begin. So there's a picture of Rhea just looking in the mirror, and she says, let the fun begin. So Danhausen also in the house for SmackDown. So it looks like Danhausen is going to be making his presence felt on SmackDown as well. So I would just worry a little bit about overexposure for Danhausen. I think Danhausen did so well on Monday. If you think that people were quite down on what went down with his debut, and then Monday, the segment was really good. So I do just worry that, like, you know, you see him on a Monday, you see him on a Friday, again on a Monday, again on a Friday. Like, that's a lot of, like, good segments that you're going to have to deliver. So I wouldn't do this for too long. I would just have him go to one brand soon. That way you don't have to worry about, like, overexposure so much or burning through all of your good ideas. But it looks like Danhausen's in the house tonight. And as we said, that segment between Rhea and Jade should be very, very entertaining. MFTs, the next challengers to be determined in the #1 Contenders Tag Turmoil match. Don't know who's in that #1 Contenders Tag. You know, it doesn't look like WWE do either. The MFTs' next challengers are going to be determined in a Tag Team Turmoil match. So no word as to who's actually in that match. The graphic has just got the belts on. So, okay, we'll find out. So we got that. Carmelo is going to do another open challenge. Okay. And Irresistible Forces have got their championship celebration. So we have got that as well. So there we go. Pretty stacked. But it really is all about that championship and the championship match. And who is going to leave as the undisputed champion. Let's get the chat on screen. Lovely. Hello. Connor said, Daze, have you heard Drew Cody is apparently commercial free? Thank you, Connor. Yes. Apparently, well done. Apparently it is commercial free tonight, which good. To be honest, it's obviously a big match. It's a championship match. There's a real opportunity to get a new champion crowned tonight, just like we saw on SmackDown in January. It could be that on SmackDown, that's where the belt changes hands again. So, good. I'm definitely here for that. I feel like Danhausen's segment is going to feature The Miz, so that he's going to get cursed, says Kader. Jamal said maybe Jacob could cost Drew, and that then sets up Drew Jacob at Mania. Could see that, but yeah, I think that's a good shout. I think that there is definitely potential for outside interference in this match. I think there's definitely potential for Jacob, as you said, to get involved. And rumors are that Drew Jacob are on a collision course, so I definitely see that vision. Harvey said, do we think Danhausen will get a singles title reign? I think there is a chance that he does. I don't know what, I mean, I don't think it'd be a world title, right? I think when you think of Danhausen, you got to think of R-Truth. When you think of Danhausen, you got to think of Santino Marella. I mean, Danhausen is that comedy character. And if we look at, like, R-Truth, he recently had a tag title run, didn't he? Awesome Truth with The Miz. And if we look at the likes of Santino, we can see title reigns. So, you know, and again, R-Truth, 24/7 title, like, even these comedy characters, look at Chelsea Green. You know, she won the Women's United States Championship. So even these comedy characters can find their way to championships. So, yes, I do think there is a very good chance Danhausen gets himself a championship or championships. I think tag team would be the easiest one to get to because him with... I mean, could you see a tag team of CM Punk and Danhausen? Once Punk is done, like being world champion, and we want to focus on, let's say, Ober, we want to focus on maybe LA Knight, we want to focus on Trick, we want to focus on, I don't know, perhaps Cody, Drew, like there's a lot of people around, right? Perhaps we just don't need CM Punk to be in that conversation. So to move Punk out of the way, you could put him in the tag division. Just like we've done in the past, like AJ Styles going with Omos, because AJ had been a WWE champion by the time he had joined up with Omos. Look at what we've done with Rhea and Io, putting them together in the women's tag division, right? So it's not crazy to think that CM Punk could just get moved to the tag division for a few months, just whilst we focus on some other superstars. And honestly, if you was to ask CM Punk, who do you want your tag partner to be? I wouldn't be shocked if you said Danhausen. They're really great friends. And so it could be a Punkhausen title run in the tag division. So, but, you know, I could see craziness where he wins the United States Championship or something at some point during his run as well. So I'm not saying this is anytime soon. I'm certainly not saying this is 2026. Might not even be 2027. We could be talking 2028 or 2029. But we've got plenty of time. And yeah, I think there is a very good chance he'll pick up a championship at some point. Drew is going to start filming for the Highlander around WrestleMania 42. Yeah, Equation, shout out to you. Apparently it's just after, isn't it? Just after WrestleMania. It was in like the last unseen that we did. It's just after WrestleMania. So I think the thing for me is Drew, I don't believe is going to have a long title reign because of like filming Highlander, and to be honest, I don't know that they've got plans for Drew post-Mania anyway, as in regards to the title. So I think really tonight is about, is Drew going to walk into Mania as the champion? Is he going to be in that championship match? Or are we going to take the belt off him and potentially put him into a match with Jacob, which is not going to be connected to the title? So I think if Drew loses tonight, the chances of him being in that main event decrease. I'm not saying they go to zero, but I think they decrease. And if he retains tonight, then I would say the chances of him going into Mania as champion obviously remain strong. So that's really what's at stake. I don't expect Drew to leave Mania as champion. And to be honest, I'm not really expecting him to leave tonight as champion. Certainly, what's more likely with all the chatter is the title change. So, but seemingly, yeah, he's off to do Highlander after WrestleMania, and he is also rumored to be in kind of in a match with Jacob. So there is a lot of chatter around at the moment. Like WrestleMania, understandably, is really starting to take shape now. We're really starting to understand what this year's Mania is going to look like. Will said, does Randy come out at the end of Drew Cody match to stare Cody down? He could, Will. I wouldn't do it. I think that there's time to build. We've got, it's not like WrestleMania is this weekend. We've got next week and the week after and the week after and the week after. Like, we've still got over a month to go. I think whoever leaves as champ tonight should have an opportunity to stand there and basically show the world, I'm the champ now. Certainly if it's Cody. I mean, if you think about Cody winning his first WWE title, and that was WrestleMania 40, finishing the story. Can Cody do it? No Rhodes has ever done it. If you think about how big that was and what a massive deal that was and how hard that was, it is kind of crazy to think that tonight on SmackDown he might do it again, And this would be his third title reign, because obviously he won it back the second time at SummerSlam against Cena last year. So this time would be the start of his third reign. And it would be crazy to think it's just going to be the main event of a SmackDown. Like, how different compared to the shenanigans that all went down at WrestleMania 40 to win that first one. No Rhodes has ever done it. Cody on the verge of doing it 3 times now. So it's not obviously as special now. It's not hitting as hard now. But I would still want him to have his moment, celebrate. I wouldn't want to lose the achievement. It should be still a massive achievement to win the WWE Championship, of course. So I'd let him celebrate. I'd let him celebrate. Pyro, fireworks, all the shenanigans, and then I'd do like the build towards him and Randy, next week. Kind of get people tuning in for that next week, week after, and yeah, you got plenty of time to build. So, I don't know. They could bring him out. I would just keep it Cody celebrating. I think this is your story, isn't it? Brand new champion. That's your story. That's the shot that you want to get everyone sharing. It's quite warm today, said Edwards. It was 75-24 after a week of rain. Time to look for morals to get the fishing gear ready. Edward, shout out to you. It looks like we're starting to emerge out of winter then, so that's good. Connor said, what do we think about WrestleMania 42 potentially having 6 women's matches? Are we happy that there could be 6 women's matches? I'm not bothered at all. I mean, to me, that's not really news. It is news because people have been talking about it, but I think it's only news if the number is low. So if it's like there's only going to be 1 women's match or 2 women's matches, I mean, I would say anything less than 4 would be news. But once you start getting over 4, it stops being news. And the reason why I say that is because surely you've got to have 2, because you've got to do both the women's world titles. So you've got to have 2. Then surely we're going to have one of the women's mid-card belts being defended. You might not have both, but surely you're going to have one of them. So that takes you to 3. And maybe you'll have a grudge match. Maybe you'll have the women's tag titles. So I kind of think that 3, 4 is probably like the least I would expect. So for the news to come out, there's going to be 6. You kind of go, okay, yeah. I don't know. It doesn't really strike me as anything crazy. I think there is a fact, though, that'll be the most. So, perhaps we have just been running on bare bones. Perhaps we have just been doing, just a couple of title matches, and that's about it. And we haven't really been going much further than that. But I would have expected at least 3 or 4. They've said there's going to be 6. Yeah, fine. But I think for me, it's only really news if it was going to be 1 or 2, or if it was going to be 12, right? If it turned out there was going to be 12, you'd be like, well, how many matches is there going to be for the guys? But 6 just strikes me as like, man, it must have been a pretty slow news day if that is something that we're talking about. So, not bothered. Sounds about right. Jay said, I'm on board with Cody winning tonight. I've lost interest in Cody until a few weeks ago, and it just hit me. Cheer for Cody. I definitely want Cody-Randy. I've seen a lot saying that, actually, that they're really into the Cody-Randy thing, but I do just worry a little bit that we're not got enough time to build. I mean, for me, Cody-Randy is a feud that I really want. I forget who said it, so I don't want to give credit to someone that didn't say it. But someone said, what if, it might have been Aaron, but I don't know. What if this is the start of the feuds? And I must admit that had not crossed my mind. I never really think of WrestleMania as the beginning. I always think of it as the ending, because WrestleMania for me is the big season finale, right? Everything builds to WrestleMania, right? So the idea that Cody and Randy could have a match at Mania, and that's going to be the first match in a feud that's going to go all the way to, say, SummerSlam, and it's going to be like a big... I mean, I would love that. I've got to tell you, I would love it. I would love Cody-Randy as the summer feuds with twists and turns, and do you know what I mean? Like making it really personal, and one of them being heel in that. I would have Randy, but I'm sure many of you would have Cody. But make one of them heel. Certainly there's not much fun to be found if they're both friends and smiling and, you know, going for drinks and whatever. Let's make this deeply personal. Let's bring up all the history between them. And I just think that could be really, really interesting. I think that could be a really fun... You know, like how we did the Drew Punk feuds. And I was not crazy about it because it was based on a friendship bracelet. And you go, Jesus Christ. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the Ultimate Warrior and Andre the Giant weren't going to fight over a friendship bracelet. So, you know, that's a sign of where we were in the modern days, in the modern age. But people still enjoyed it. They still got a lot from it. And it was regarded as great feuds. And for me, I do look back on it with affection, if you will, because of how amazing that last match between them was. That Hell in a Cell was so amazing. It really was one of the best matches since we came out of the pandemic, right? If we were going to list all the best matches since we've come out of the pandemic, CM Punk Drew inside that Hell in a Cell would be top 10. It'd be right up there. It was absolutely fantastic. And I gotta say, some of the social media work was fantastic as well. I remember Drew driving past the fans, blasting out CM Punk's theme song, right? So he was in the car park and the fans were all against a fence. And he drove past them, like, playing the song, laughing his head off, right? Just mocking the fans. And there was just little things like that, right? That just kind of went all throughout the summer. And it was a really... I mean, it was a really big feud that played out on TV, but played out on social media as well. And I think that was, you know, great. There was definitely a lot in there I didn't enjoy, but I think that's the template, if you will, right? To do a Cody-Randy summer. And again, if you think about Liv and Rhea and how heated that feud was, you know, we have had some really good feuds in recent years. I definitely would be looking for Randy and Cody to do something over the summer. And maybe WrestleMania starts that off. So, yeah, not down on that feuds. Just a little concern that we might not be able to get enough heat by the time we get to WrestleMania. Both Randy and Cody are baby faces. We've got a bit of time. We've got just over a month. So we can definitely do some promo exchanges. Definitely can be some segments where we go ooh and ah. But I don't know. I don't have much confidence in the creative team. And I also worry that this is quite cold. Like, they're just friends and that's it. Like, there's not been any heat between them. I mean, yeah, okay, Randy RKO'd Cody. But Cody then went and got a championship match anyway, so I think that's all forgotten, you know? I think Cody will understand Randy doing that, because Cody did the exact same thing to Sami. You might remember that Drew got involved in the qualifier for Money in the Bank, and Cody capitalized on Drew's involvement. And then there was a big argument between Cody and Sami, and Cody was like, look, I saw an opportunity, and I took it. That's why I've been champ, and maybe that's why you haven't. And, you know, we saw Sami kind of trying to get his head around that and crash out as a result of that and end up apologizing. I think he saw Cody's point of view. Well, Cody can't be a hypocrite. And, you know, Randy just did the exact same thing to Cody at Elimination Chamber. So I don't think Cody's going to be upset with Randy, right? He'll probably be just a bit, you know, annoyed if it ever gets brought up, but more annoyed with himself than with Randy, because Randy just did what Cody did. But Cody's gone and got himself a title match anyway tonight. So as I said, I don't see any issue between him and Randy, even after what happened at Elimination Chamber. So it means that we've got to do a lot of building. Got to do a lot of building to really get some spice into that thing. So I just worry about the amount of time. I just worry about the creative and if we're going to go far enough and if it's going to be exciting enough. So, but, well, let's see. Let's take it a step at a time, shall we? And let's see. We know that Road Dogg's not around anymore. So, Wrestler with Andy said, Daze, what if it's revealed Cody was the mystery attacker all along and then turns heel? Well, if that's the path they want to go, that's the path they go. I am not crazy about Cody going heel. But if people want to do it, then that's fine. I'm not going to argue it. I'm just not really a fan of it. I think Cody's got a lot of fans. I think that there's a lot of people online that, you know, in the IWC that are kind of like done with Cody because his runs have been so bland and so boring. But I've said before, I really don't understand. I really struggle to see. I mean, there was mass celebration when Road Dogg walked away from creative, right? So, and if you ask people, what do you think about the Rumble? What do you think about Survivor Series? What do you think about WrestlePalooza? What do you think about John Cena's heel run? What do you think about the booking of the Vision when it first started, right? What do you think about Dominic's Intercontinental Championship run, right? What do you think about Jade Cargill as champion? What do you think about the way Julia's been booked? I mean, you can just go on and on and on. What do you think about the Raw Tag Division? Yeah? You can just go on and on and on. You can ask people, what do you think about this creative booking? What do you think about that creative booking, right? And most people will turn around and say it's not good enough. Most people will say Rumble was not good enough. WrestlePalooza was not good enough. Survivor Series was not good enough. The Raw Tag Division isn't good enough. Dominic's Intercontinental title run isn't good enough. The Vision wasn't good enough and still aren't good enough, right? John Cena's heel run was horrible. We had to abandon it. It wasn't good enough. And it's funny how creative get the blame for that and how there was celebration when Road Dogg gets removed. But I have no idea why. I maybe someone can explain this to me. But when it comes to Cody Rhodes, it's his fault. It's Cody's fault. Cody is the one that's to blame. He's vanilla, he's bland, it's Cody's fault. And you go, but you do understand that, like, the stories he's being put into and the things that he's being asked to do are being brought to you by the same people that gave you the Vision, that gave you John's heel run, that gave you Royal Rumble, that gave you Survivor Series, that gave you WrestlePalooza. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand how people can celebrate Road Dogg leaving creative and how people can be so down on WWE creative, right? And have all these examples as to why WWE creative sucks. But for some reason, when it comes to Cody, it is not creative's fault. It's Cody's fault. And it's like, I don't get that. I really do not understand. It would be like saying that the Vision's booking was all because of Braun and Bronson and Seth, and that's why the Vision sucked. It had nothing to do with creative, nothing to do with what they asked them to do. It was Seth, it was Braun, it was Bronson, right? It's their fault that didn't work. But I don't see that. I see people saying the Vision sucks and they need something to do, and, you know, why aren't they backstage more, and why aren't we treating them like the Bloodline? But for some reason, when it comes to Cody, it's Cody's fault. And I just don't get it. I really don't understand. So this, for me, is like, I just don't feel like we've got anyone booking Cody that is competent. No one seems to be booking Cody correctly, and that's the people that I blame. So I don't have a desire to turn Cody heel. I have a desire to fix the problem. And listen, turning him heel is one way of fixing the problem, but I don't think it has to be the way of fixing the problem. Not when the problem seems to be so obvious. And the problem is that, you know, you're not putting one of your biggest baby faces in matches against big heels. I mean, Drew is one of the worst heels we've got. I do not rate him. I think he's a terrible heel. You judge how good a heel is by how much heat they generate, and Drew just has got a load of people agreeing with him. Drew's got a load of people on his sides. I mean, a heel is meant to be hated. That's what a heel is, right? A heel isn't meant to be someone that just stands opposite a babyface. It's not meant to be someone for the babyface to just kind of go after. It's real simple. A heel is meant to be hated. So you've got to work on having the fans hate you. I saw a comment earlier from Drew where he was talking about how Cody is the golden child, he's the chosen one, and all this kind of stuff. And like, for me, all you're going to do with those kinds of comments is have the fans go, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's why I don't like Cody. He's the chosen one. Tell him, Drew. And you see that on comments online. Drew makes himself relatable and says comments that kind of paint him into be this, you know, paint him to be this hero that's coming to save the day. And you're like, this dude's meant to be a heel. He's meant to be saying stuff people don't like. He's meant to be saying things like, I'm going to win this championship and I ain't ever going to defend it because none of the fans deserve title matches. I've had to work so hard to get this belt. You think I'm just going to be defending it on a regular basis? Screw you lot. You lot haven't got my back. You lot don't really care about me. I've had to scratch and claw my way up to this championship. None of you have done anything to help me, so I ain't doing anything for you. So I'll tell you now, if I'm winning this title, you ain't seeing it getting defended. And I'll just get papers served to me and I'm just going to sit at home. Just whatever the fans want, do the opposite. Like, be a proper heel. And then that way you'd have people cheering for Cody. You'd have more support for Cody. But we don't live in that world because Drew sucks. Because Drew is not a proper heel. He says stuff that's populist so that he can have people on his side, which is mental. The whole thing is mental. How people don't see this, I don't know. I really don't know. But this is the world we live in, where Drew can run around, say what he wants, not be a proper heel, and instead, who gets the grief? Cody gets the grief. Is it creative's fault? No, it's Cody's fault. I mean, Jesus Christ. Talk about, like, booking yourself into a shizzy situation. And we get to the point then where people are like, should we just turn Cody heel? It's like, it's not even his fault. This isn't even his fault. Ugh. It's annoying. It's really annoying. I think it's so simple, but yet they make it so hard. All you got to do is have a monster heel like Gunther who brags about choking out people's heroes, brags about retiring people. People want to see him get beaten. Oh, I really don't like that guy, you know? Really don't like that guy. There's not really much. I mean, he came out and bragged on the show where AJ Styles retired, came out at the beginning, talking about how he choked him out and all this kind of stuff, trying to get heat with the crowds. And then Dragon Lee attacked and, you know, that was fine. That was great. Dragon Lee, the babyface, against Gunther. Gunther ripping Dragon Lee's mask off as well, which was controversial. So, you know, that upset a load of people. So, I mean, Gunther just getting proper old school heel heat. But can't say the same for Drew. Really can't say the same. I mean, Drew has just been getting involved in matches, but fans don't seem to care. He got involved in the Elimination Chamber. He got involved during Cody and Jacob, you know? There's no reason for him to be getting involved in those matches. No reason for him to be getting involved in Cody and Jacob. I mean, to my knowledge, that wasn't a number one contenders match. Maybe you can make the argument he got involved in the Rumble and the Chamber so that Cody didn't win. But then, I don't know, should we be rooting for that? He's gone and got involved and prevented Cody from winning those matches. So, you know, I think they are trying to sort of present him as being a heel, but it's not landing because he'll come out and say a load of stuff that people agree with. And so, you know, you end up in a situation where it's just, I don't know, you've just got this kind of weird baby face with Drew. So, and it's like last year as well. I was so frustrated when they turned John before SummerSlam. Because again, flipping out, we were just starting to get people to boo John going into SummerSlam. People were down on the heel run. And they were down on like what John had been doing. And yeah, it just wasn't working. We want the proper John back. And just as like John was starting to get like, you know, the cheers were starting to subside a little bit going into SummerSlam, they flipping turned him babyface on SmackDown the day before. And so that meant Cody had to face John as a babyface. John's back. And you're like, Jesus Christ. I don't know who's booking Cody or the stories for Cody, but whoever it is just clearly hates him. So whoever it is clearly hates him. Because it can't be incompetence. It can't be. There is so much stuff, and don't worry, I'm not going to go through it, but there is so much stuff if we actually go through it that you can point out and go, why did you decide to do this? Why did you do that at that time? Why did you do? And there is so much stuff dotted throughout Cody since WrestleMania 40 where you go, why did you think that was a good idea? Like, why did you think having him against Solo was a good idea? I mean, Solo hadn't done really anything to prove he was ready for that stage. Like, do you not think putting him in there with a monster heel at that time would have been better? But a monster heel that was ready for that stage. I mean, I don't think too many people thought Solo was going to win that match. I mean, you can do it at a PLE, but the main event of SummerSlam. And really, we only did that match to bring Roman back. So, you know, what a boring follow-up to WrestleMania 40, your next big show, SummerSlam. We do that, and you go, why did you think that was a good idea? Of course, people are going to look at that and say it's boring. Solo's boring, right? So Solo's not a very exciting in-ring performer. He's never quite had the credibility to be a WWE champion. I mean, he might have the credibility to win an Intercontinental Championship, but I don't think anyone would make an argument that he belongs at that level. So that's really the best you came up with. And now you're treating this Drew feud this way, and the Cena stuff, you go, Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on. Whoever's booking this clearly hates Cody, so I don't know if that was all Road Dogg. I hope it is. And if he's gone now, hopefully things will get better. But I don't think we can say all the bad creative was just one person. I think it was very much a team effort. So, if you want to turn Cody... Look, let's get back to the original question. If you want to turn Cody heel, fine, fill your boots. I'm not bothered. I wouldn't do it. I don't think that addresses the problem. The problem is the creative teams. The same creative that brought you 2025. The same creative that brought you the Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia. The same creative that brought you the Vision. The same creative that brought you Dominic's Intercontinental run. Tiffany's stale run after WrestleMania. The same creative that brought you WrestleMania 41. That was so wonderfully received. Do you remember how fantastically booked the main event of WrestleMania last year was? Do you remember how celebratory we was? Coming out of WrestleMania last year, we were so hyped. Oh, that's right. No, we won because it sucked. Yeah. But for some reason, when it comes to Cody, it is his fault. And I don't get it. Richard said, I think Cody will beat Drew. I think Danhausen is going to curse Drew. Right. Like he did with Dom on Raw. It was so funny. Yeah, I just think we need to be a little careful with Danhausen. I think in regards to Danhausen, I like him. I liked him when he came out of the crate, right? I was not down on it. I spoke about this on the web the other day. I said, in regards to Danhausen, I think that he is a really good talent. I think that he's someone that the fans are going to really like. I only saw glimpses of him in AEW, but I saw enough to go, Yeah, there's something there. I think he fits well in sports entertainment, right? So I think there is something there. And so we brought him out. He got the reaction he got. Everyone was like, well, not everyone, but, you know, people were down. And then he did that one segment on Raw, and now people are seemingly on board, right? So I'm down for Danhausen and him being in WWE. That's definitely, you know, thumbs up. But I think that it is a concern to actually have him on both shows. As I said earlier, I do think you run the risk of overexposure. I do think you run the risk of actually burning through a lot of good stuff. I mean, the curse thing is great, but I don't think you can go around cursing everyone and then everyone having bad luck. I think it's one of those where it's going to work if you just do it sparingly. You just do it like occasionally. So if that means that he can't really curse anyone tonight, then what else is he going to do? I thought the list of demands was very clever, but again, yeah, okay, he's on the show. Who's he going to work with? What is it that he's going to do tonight? There's still lots of things in it that he can do. Still lots of stuff in his arsenal. He's still a very entertaining person. But I would just worry about overexposure and just kind of flip him. Do you know what I mean? Using him on both brands. Tony said, here's one tasty offer. Very early access to book the Snowman, the Tony Khan story. Well, Tony, thank you. But we're more focused on WWE. Connor said, if we do get Randy and Cody at Mania for the championship, would we like to see a rematch between the two at SummerSlam? Yes. I would, because I would like a summer of it. And for me personally, I would make Randy heel, and I would make him really heel. Not, again, there is a big difference between being a heel or being the person standing opposite the babyface, right? And there's too many times where we just have someone standing opposite the babyface. They're not really getting heat. They're not really being heels. You know, heel to me, I think back to the likes of flipping Vince McMahon, you know, being the boss that everyone hated because they could relate to having a boss who was an awful person. You know, you're going to kiss my ass and all this kind of stuff, right? And just doing whatever he could to get heat, to be hated, right? That's what a heel should be doing. That's what a heel should be doing. You think back to Ric Flair bragging about, like, you know, his life. In this day and age, it's kind of looked on, like, you know, with rap culture, where there's obviously been a lot of bragging in hip-hop songs and whatnot. And on TikTok and Instagram, social media, people showing off their wealth. Don't know how heelish that is these days, but, you know, Ric Flair having all the pretty girls and living the high life and making sure you know that you can't, right? He is, you know, healing it up and I'm better than you kind of stuff. So, you know, we've had lots of different ways that heels like generate heat. Look at Gunther at the moment; he's doing it. But for me, if Cody and Randy is going to be a summer feuds, then you do need one of them to be a heel. I personally would turn Randy, and I would make sure the fans are not cheering him. I mean, I would make sure that Randy is going off on the fans, and I would make sure that anything fun that the fans wanted, we didn't give them. They tried to do this with John, but the problem is it didn't work because it was his last year, right? And people were buying tickets to say goodbye to him, right? These are people that have loved John their whole lives. They're not just going to abandon that for a temporary storyline. So the John one didn't work, but if you think about it, they did try to make him a proper heel. A lot of his promos were going off on the fans, right? I mean, I would genuinely say he was trying to get genuine heat. I would say that when it came to the heel run, it was a bad idea from the very beginning. I think the execution of it, you can see what they were trying to do. Like, a lot of his promos were going off on the fans. Didn't give you new music. Everyone was like, oh man, I can't wait to see what John heel theme's like. No, it's the same theme. Because do you know what? You don't deserve anything new. oh, I can't wait to see what he wears in the ring. I bet it'd be like completely different. Nope, it's the same stuff. Because you don't deserve anything new. Anything exciting that you want, I'm not going to give it to you. I don't think you understand. I don't like you. That was John. And you go, yeah, that's what a heel should be, actually. A heel should be someone that doesn't give the fans what they want, doesn't give the fans the time of day. Not signing autographs, not posing for pictures, out for themselves. You should be able to hear me now, but I'm coming through the web thing, so looks like we've just got some microphone issues. That's weird. It was working, and then it just stopped working, so I'm not sure as to why that's happened. Let's have a look and see if we can fix it, though, because I don't think the sound on this is going to be very good. Let me unplug both, and then we'll try and plug it back in and see if that does anything. Yeah, I wasn't looking at the chat because I was reading a super chat. So I didn't have the live chat up. Let's take that down. That is just reloading. Give me 1 second. And it should be back up in a sec. There we go. There we go. We're back, baby. We're back. Harvey said you was on a roll. Well, I don't know when it cut out, but, well, we've covered it anyway. Right, Sean said, the feud with Cody and Kevin makes sense. Why did Cody have to team up with Roman? Cody knows that Roman screwed a lot of people. Roman tried to end Kevin's career in kayfabe. That's a bad friend, says Sean. Put that down there. Can hear you now, says Mean Street Martin. Thank you, buds. Danhausen made an appearance on Daze's show tonight. How about rather than talking, paint your face white and just mime like that? Are you drinking tea? No, I'm drinking coffee, buds. Drinking coffee. We can hear you now, says Keegan. Okay. I think Daze is saying how much underappreciated Road Dogg was. Yeah, Road Dogg, there was celebration when he departed. I would just be wary of thinking that is the solution. I mean, I think that, you know, when it comes to creative, Triple H has the final say, of course. So I think Road Dogg, I don't know what he was contributing. I just have a problem with the whole creative team. I mean, there's a word that they've just promoted this Alexandria woman to head of Raw lead writer. But, I mean, it's kind of hard to celebrate that because, I mean, she's been in that team. And we all know that last year was not good enough. So, I don't know. I mean, was it that the people above her were just blocking her great ideas? Or was it that she was part of the problem? And the same with Road Dogg, you know, was it that his ideas were being blocked by Triple H? Or is it that he was part of the problem? I don't think by removing him, everything suddenly gets magically better. I think there is some concern with Triple H, to be honest with you, because Triple H is the guy at the top that gets the final say. I mean, at the end of the day, he's the one that kind of writes this off, doesn't he? So he's the one that signs off on all of the stuff. So he's putting his name next to the Rumble. He's putting his name next to Survivor Series. He's putting his name next to WrestlePalooza. He's putting his name next to all of these things. So I don't know. I'm excited to see kind of as we make these little changes. We've took Road Dogg out, or Road Dogg's took himself out. We've got a new lead writer on Raw. I'm excited to see what that results in. I'm certainly not down on these changes, but because any change in the creative team, any way we can make the creative teams different to the ones we had in 2025, thumbs up, yeah? So I'm not down on them. I don't know. I'm not seeing any new blood coming in, you know? Road Dogg's gone. I don't know who's replaced him. I don't think there's been any word on that yet. And if you look at, as we said, that lady, she was Alexandria, she was already in the team. So I would like to hear of some new blood coming in. I'd like to hear, actually, of some... I don't know who I'd like to go in. I'd like someone that's really passionate and knows wrestling to go in there. I'd like someone that really knows their stuff about the history of wrestling and can reference things that have worked in the past. Or I just think it gives you a much better starting point. There feels to me like there's a lot of people in there that have come from TV. that write, drama and can write scenes and, write interactions, which is great. That's a great skill to have. But I think it's good to know what wrestling has done in the past that has worked. I think it's certainly good to know what the fan base is looking for. And I don't know, sometimes you just sense a real disconnect between what creative are creating and what the fan base is looking for. They got it really right in 2023, 2024, but I think a large part of that was because the Bloodline started and we were just riding that wave. And, the Bloodline was just, really firing on all cylinders. I mean, I give a lot of the credit for the success of 2023, 2024 to the Bloodline. I think that one story alone, really drove the business. You can certainly point out other good things that were happening at that time. For example, a lot of praise for CM Punk Drew. People enjoyed that. Rhea and Liv Morgan, people enjoyed that, right? So there's definitely some good stuff that was happening. But I think it is largely Bloodline driven, the success. You take the Bloodline away, which we've done. What are you left with? What have you got now? I think that's another reason as to why Cody has struggled. I mean, the Bloodline was so successful. How do you follow it? I hope you've got something as good as the Bloodline, because the fans are used to this level of quality now, this level of storytelling. Jay and Sami turning on Roman, and the trial of Sami and Usi, and fun little backstage segments, and Jimmy and Jay going at each other. The wise man with Roman, and all these moving parts. I hope you've got something good that can follow that. The answer was no, they didn't. They seemingly didn't have anything planned that could follow that. Aaron said, my prediction is that he's going to curse Drew. He loses to Cody, says Aaron. Mean Street Martin, shout out to you. Doc said, not watching SmackDown with Daze, then that's Toxichausen. I'm a bit worried about this microphone now, I mean, it just completely out of nowhere. I don't remember knocking it or anything, so hope it doesn't cut off during the stream. That would be very frustrating. Right, Camden said, Daze, with CM Punk disrespecting Roman and his father, do we think that Usos can get involved? Maybe when Roman isn't on the show, because of his part-time schedule, and maybe they could help the feud continue, says Camden. Camden, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, I do think they can get involved. I think actually a lot of the family commented on what happened in that promo segment. So Nia actually came out and said, it's short man syndrome. This is someone that is just a small guy that just wants to make a loud noise. But I know that my family is more than capable of physically taking care of themselves. And, she kind of put a little message out. You might have seen Zilla's response to it as well, where he was like, it's on site, I mean, we know this is a close-knit family. We know that, you pick a fight with one of them, you're going to pick a fight with all of them. So, yeah, CM Punk might have opened up a bit of can of worms. So I think when Roman is not around, although I think he is around quite a bit this side of Mania, because we're building to Mania, of course, then, yeah, you could use other family members. You could have the Usos just in one segment. I don't think they're going to be permanently involved. I don't think they get brought into this as a main thing. They got their own things going on, right? So I don't think they're, but just as a one-off segment, CM Punk comes out, starts talking to the crowds, and then the Usos music hits, and they come into the ring to confront CM Punk. And you just do that as a week that Roman's not here. And, they kind of confront him over the comments that he made. You got something that you want to say, well, we're here right now. How about you say it to us? You could absolutely do that. But I don't think that would be it then. I don't think they'd be back in the story. I just think that they could feature in a week where Roman's not around. So I do think there's something to what you're saying, yes. You could do that with Jacob. You could do it with quite a few people, actually. We know how big that family is. You could even bring down a legend. I mean, I don't know what Rikishi confronting CM Punk segment would look like, but you could bring Rikishi down. I mean, that would be Imagine that, Punk in the ring, Rikishi's music hits. He comes making his way down. Health-wise, I'm not sure where he is. I know he's had health issues in recent years. Promo-wise, could he deliver? Could he perform? Could he do what needs to be done? I don't know, right? People out there might be like, no, his health's no good, or there's no way he'd be able to stand that long, or there's no way he'd be able to go back and forth with Punk. It might be a bad idea. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. But the point I'm making is it's a big family. You don't even need to have active stars. There's enough people that used to be in the business that you could have come down, right? Obviously, I wouldn't necessarily go Rock because that's huge, and I don't know that he's available. But I mean, Rock is also a part of that family. The only thing with Rock is that if you get him involved, people are going to want him to stay involved because people. I mean, it's The Rock, isn't it? Is I think the most followed. It might be a male, certainly American male on Instagram. But, I mean, he's one of the world's biggest stars. So if he gets involved, people aren't going to be willing to see him just make a one-off appearance. They're going to want more. Rikishi, I'm not so sure. Rikishi, like, people love Rikishi, but if he came in and delivered a great segment, I don't know that they'd be clamoring, oh, I hope we get Rikishi again next week. But with The Rock, they would. So you just have to be a bit careful with that. But he's probably not free anyway. I suppose the point I'm making is The Rock could easily steal the spotlight from CM Punk and Roman. I don't think Rikishi does. But, you know, there's lots of options, lots of things you can do. I think that they will... I think Roman's around most weeks, to be honest, so I don't think there's too many weeks where he's not around. So I think that he's around most weeks. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do. I've said before, like, when it comes to the shows, I love WWE, and I will be, you know, critical of creative, and we were very critical in 2025. I actually thought Elimination Chamber was pretty good, so, you know, that was a positive. I've enjoyed some of the Raws and the Smackdowns in 2026. There are definite green shoots this year. That's why when I'm being kind of critical of WWE, most of the examples I just gave you were from 2025, because 2025 was a very underwhelming year and it did have its problems. But 2026, I think there have been some green shoots. I am going into WrestleMania optimistic. I am going in, thinking that we're going to have a better year than last year, and we're going to have a better Mania than last year. But I am very interested in how they're going to build these feuds. Roman and CM Punk are technically both baby faces. It's very interesting to see how that line got received by the fan base. I'm very, very interested to see how they continue to build this now. We've still got over a month. So, I mean, there's still going to need to be a lot of back and forth. And also, you know, whatever we're doing with Cody-Randy, or if Drew's going to stay in the picture, see what they do to build that. I think we're all looking for not just great promos, but we're looking for those kind of big moments where they're fighting in the car park, or, you know, there's stuff happening around each other's homes, or, you know, anything that can kind of give us stuff that's a bit out of the ordinary. I feel like every Raw, every SmackDown has promos and matches. I think the real creative stuff is where you can start to move away from those environments. You know, if you can do stuff away from that, that's where it kind of hits a bit harder. Showing us stuff we don't normally see, that's where it can hit a bit harder. I thought Monday with the ambulance was quite fun. We get an ambulance from time to time, but, you know, finding out that LA Knight is driving it. And while not only that, having Jimmy jump out a car to attack Theory. And this was just moments after Seth had curb stomped Heyman. And there was blood all down Heyman's face. I mean, it's rare to see Heyman get attacked, but even rarer for, you know, for there to be bloods. I mean, I was adamant that curb was not going to connect on Monday. I thought that curb would not connect. And I thought it was going to be a case that Heyman would get pulled out the ring by Theory or Logan. And maybe we'll do the curb at WrestleMania, you know, it'll build up to that. But no, he connected. So well done for actually teasing something and doing it. Well done for showing a bit of bloods, right? Well done for then taking it backstage, loading it into an ambulance, having a chaotic moment with quite a few wrestlers involved, right? It wasn't just one or two. It was chaotic because there was a lot of moving parts. Well done for then a little cheeky reveal that a wrestler was the driver. And well done for also including a brawl. And the end result is all of that chaotic open resulted in some people going, God, this felt a bit like the Attitude Era. And it's like, yeah, it can be done. It can be done. So this is why we're saying that there feels like some green shoots around. And we were really quite high on Monday with you know what Raw had offered up. The thing is though that sometimes they can just be one off, can't they? Sometimes you get a show like that and then you go back to like 6s, 6 out of 10, 6.25. The goal is, can you consistently deliver 7, 7.25, 7.5? Can you deliver that quality of a show all the way up to Mania? That's what we're hoping for. So, you know, a big show tonight because we're on the road to WrestleMania. We're coming off a very well-received Raw. A lot of people said it was their favourite Raw of the year so far. We've obviously got a big championship match. There's obviously a lot of thought and a lot of opinions swirling around in regards to this match. And yeah, I'm very excited to see how it plays out. I've emailed you my pick for the championship picture. Lisa, thank you. I will get that done. I will try and get it done before tomorrow. Lee said, talking about Road Dogg, what was he supposed to be when he was with Jeff Jarrett? He was meant to be a roadie. He was called the roadie. So he was meant to be the guy that basically sets up the guitars and sets up the microphones and, you know, does the sound check, 1 2 1 2, and then Jeff Jarrett comes out and he's the star. He's the country music star. Yeah. But yeah, Road Dogg was the roadie. Jesse James, he was the guy that would kind of set up the equipment. He would grab towels and waters and, you know, stuff like that. So it was all right. It was fine. It worked well. It was a way of introducing him. And then obviously he kind of evolved from that and ended up in DX. And, you know, he got the New Age Outlaws. And I mean, you got to say that for someone that I don't think it's unfair to say is fairly limited. I mean, he's not like an amazing wrestler. When we're talking about great wrestlers, I don't think Road Dogg's name ever gets mentioned. He's certainly not a Bret Hart or an AJ Styles. He's certainly not a high flyer or can do things like Rey Mysterio or any of the luchadors. I mean, he's just a bit of a brawler. He's just, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of crazy that he's had the success that he's had. He just got into a really fun gimmick, didn't he? He just found a way of like really entertaining the fans with that New Age Outlaws thing. And people love those guys. They were really, really over. People absolutely love that team. So fair play. I mean, in a way, you've got to say that is making the most of, you know, life. Is kind of, you might not be the biggest. I mean, he certainly was no Brock Lesnar. He certainly was no Andre the Giant, right? He certainly wasn't a Yokozuna or a Bam Bam Bigelow or an Earthquake. He didn't have any kind of, you know, he wasn't big and jacked. He wasn't fat. He didn't have that kind of presence. Equally, wrestling-wise, I mean, he ain't no Bret Hart. He ain't no AJ Styles. So he's not a big guy. He's not a technical guy. He's just a guy. But I mean, he found a way of still having a hell of a career and then transitioning backstage and featured in a few different roles. And, you know, it is what it is. I'm certainly not sad to see him depart. I, you know, am very critical of last year's creative. So I understand why people were pleased, right? That was the reaction on X. This is big news. He's gone. But I would just, I don't blame him for everything. I don't know what he's, been doing. I don't know what we blame him for. I do think WWE Unreal hurt his reputation because we were down on creative anyway. And then when you see some of the comments that he was coming out with on Unreal, you kind of go, what's this guy do? He should not be there, right? And that was what a lot of people were saying after Unreal. He shouldn't be in that room. But the truth is, you're seeing moments that have been edited. You might have missed the 2 hours where he's coming out with good stuff, and they've just shown you the couple of minutes where, he's been in the room for 10 hours already, and, they're really struggling with something. They just can't quite find the right solution or the right way forwards. And those are the 2 minutes that you see. I'd be really wary of judging him by what you've seen on Unreal. Because I think you can edit people to make them look like the biggest idiot in the world. Or you can edit it to make them look amazing. I'm sure there's loads of great ideas that he's come out with that people have gone, yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, if you only showed them, then the people online would say, he's amazing. Oh my God, what a loss. He was one of the only good people in creative. It's so funny, isn't it, how the editing of a TV show can heavily influence the perception of a person, but it's true. We've seen it time and time and time again. So, listen, I just judge... last year was not good enough. This year, we've had some green shoots. Creative needs to change, but him going is part of a change. Like, that's as far as it goes for me. I'm not going to say that he was the problem. I'm not going to, because I have no idea what he did. I have no idea what he contributed. Could have been a mixture of good and bads. But I'm sure there's many others in that creative team that are in the exact same boat. And we just promoted one of them, that Alexandra woman. Again, could be great. Could work out fantastic. I really hope it does. But we'll have to wait and see. So, yes, Road Dogg, that's all the Road Dogg conversation. There's not really much more to say than that because we don't know loads of what kind of goes on behind the scenes. Right, Daze, hope you had a good week. Think that we can say that any time before Mania, anything can happen. It's best to not miss a show. Ipswich are going to go second tomorrow. We've only got 11 games left. Stephen, shout out to you. Yeah, I agree. I think it's wise to... be tuning in at this time. This is a big time of the year. This is true WrestleMania season. You're absolutely right. This very much is a time of the year where we get all the good stuff. I mean, if you're not going to deliver it in March and early April, I don't know when you're delivering it. Pre-Rumble, we are just getting ready for the Rumble. In February, we're getting ready for Elimination Chamber. In March and early April, there just is no excuse. Next stop is WrestleMania. You've got plenty to get your teeth into. So, yeah, I'm totally in agreement. Benny said, I think it's been a long time coming with Cody going heel, and I'm here for it. Cody's better as a heel. I think he reaches his breaking point tonight. Okay. Sean said, I think Roman needs to attack Punk or do something. If he doesn't do it, it shows that Roman's weak. His whole feud with Kevin started because of coffee, and he tried to end Kevin's career. Connor said, do we think that Carmelo is going to walk into WrestleMania as the United States champion? I think so. I would think so. It feels like they're really building and teasing him and Ilya. And, we've seen loads of backstage interactions between those two. So it feels to me like that's probably the match. So I would get Carmelo to Mania. I mean, we've got just over a month. I mean, if you think about it, a month ago was, the week after the Royal Rumble. A month sounds like a long time, but it's not that long. So I think you can quite comfortably get Carmelo to WrestleMania. Another couple of open challenges tonight, next week. Maybe knock them on the head then. I mean, really, at that point, Carmelo can set his sights on Mania, get the Ilya match booked, and you don't need to do the open challenges every week. At that point, Carmelo can just, he's more than earned the right to not defend for a couple of weeks as we set our sights on this big Mania match, So, yeah, I think he's got an open challenge tonight. Probably run it once more, and then that's it. I would just start getting our sights set on WrestleMania. And that feels like the match, doesn't it? Ilya Carmelo. But I have seen a lot of people saying, what if it ends up being like a multi-person match? I think there is an appetite for a ladder match. I don't mind a ladder match. I would definitely do one. I've said before I would do it for the women's tag titles. I just think there's a lot of women in that tag division, and I don't know what you're going to do with them all. So, for example, you got Irresistible Forces right now. Well, you've also got Chalexa. I mean, maybe Charlotte and Alexa are going to fall apart. Maybe that's going to be a singles match, right? But what are you going to do with Bayley and Lyra? What are you going to do with Kabuki Warriors, right? What are you going to do with the Bellas, who apparently came back to try and get their hands on the tag titles? I mean, I've got to think the Bellas are going to feature at WrestleMania, because we made a big thing about them about a month ago now, after the Rumble. They came back, didn't they, Brie and Nikki, and said, we're back for these titles. I mean, we haven't seen them in a month, so I've got to think that it's going to be Mania. So there's just a lot of teams. So, I don't know. I mean, you could do like a bit of a tag turmoil match. You could do like a fatal four-way with tag teams, and you could do something along those lines. But I personally would like the ladder match. I think we saw last year how successful it was for the guys. I mean, honestly, one of the best matches of 2025 was that TLC or ladder match that the tag teams had on SmackDown. You lot really loved that. You might remember it was the same match where Montez, I think, used that person's fake leg, prosthetic leg, as a weapon. Kind of chucked it back to the guy in the crowd. It was so successful, we ended up doing another one at SummerSlam. And that's the one where Candice fell off that ladder, crashed to the outside, had a massive bruise on her leg. And that was well received as well. Wyatts were in that one. I don't think the Wyatts were in the first one, but they were in the other one. And both of those were really, really well received matches. And you kind of look at it and go, why don't we have the women do that? Why don't we give the women the opportunity to show what they can do in that type of a match? And with so many women's tag teams, that feels to me like a direction worth exploring, worth going. So I would do it for the women, and I think it gets a lot of women onto the shows. I don't feel like the Open Challenge has got loads of people around it at the moment. I feel like Carmelo, Ilya is the match, right? You could always bring The Miz in if you really want to. You could always bring in maybe Tama Tonga. He'd been around that belt briefly. There's definitely people you can bring in. But as of right now, I don't think we necessarily have. So, and Intercontinental-wise, again, same. Penta just won it. So Dominic could try and get his hands on it. But I think Dominic Finn might be the match at Mania. Don't think that needs a belt. I mean, that's going to be heated. If we are going to split Judgment Day, then that's just going to be heated. So, again, Penta, you could listen. You can scrape people together to make it a match if you want to, but as of right now, is there a load of people around those mid-card belts? I would say no. I would say if you want to get them to a ladder match, then we're going to obviously use the next month and a half to build that, right? And we can. I mean, it's not a problem. But I do feel like there's a lot of women's tag teams around the tag titles. That one feels like it's ready. We just got to pull the trigger, with actually getting it to a ladder match. So I definitely would do a ladder match, but I'd do it for the women's tag titles. Right, let's try and blast through some of these. Denise said, interesting fact, all the main roster tag teams have got Bloodline members. Raw has got Usos, SmackDown, Solo, Women's, Nia, said Denise. Christopher said, Daze, what's your thoughts on the rumours of us getting 14 more matches over the 2 nights? That too many rumours. We're getting a lot of women's matches. Women's matches doesn't surprise me. We spoke about that earlier. I think you need 3, 4 anyway. So 6 is fine. I mean, it's okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't really see that as being a big deal. Maybe I'm in the minority. Perhaps all of you are just, your heads are blown. But to me, it's like, okay, fine. I was expecting 3, probably 4. We're going to get 6. Okay. 14 matches, 7 on each day. What did we get last year? I mean, in my mind, we probably got about 12. So 14 is this mind-blowing? Is this news? Is this a big deal? I don't know. None of this struck me as a big deal. Let's have a look last year at WrestleMania 41. Perhaps we had 8 matches across 2 days, and I'm just completely misremembering it. But last year we had 14 matches last year. So what are they saying? We're going to get 14 matches this year? Well, to be honest, I don't know why we spoke about anything else, because that's massive news, isn't it? That is incredible news. So last year we had 14 matches, and they're saying this year we're going to have 14 matches. I think that I've read more, actually. I've read it could be up to 16, but what's that? That's just an extra match each day. Great. And they are starting a little bit earlier this year, and they don't have stand and deliver to worry about, do they? They're not doing stand and deliver, so there is potential to, put another match on each night. I don't know. I really feel like there's, and it happens all the time, but there's a lot of stuff that gets said that I don't really think is, it's noteworthy. You mention it because it's out there, but it's not really news. Sometimes there's news stories where the opposite is actually a bigger deal. It might be something like Drew McIntyre is expected to wrestle at WrestleMania, right? And so that'll be a story. And you go, well, yeah, but I sort of expected him to. The bigger story is the opposite. Drew McIntyre is not expected to wrestle. That's the bigger story. So trying to make a news story out of Drew McIntyre is expected to wrestle at WrestleMania, that's just an example, right? I'm not saying that's one of the stories that's out there, but that's the kind of thing you see a lot online, is like people just trying to make stories out of like nothing really. And I must admit, I saw this story earlier today. It has done the rounds. People that are bringing it to our attention are not wrong. It has done the rounds, but you just kind of go, is this a story? I don't know. Is this a story? Perhaps it is. I mean, last year, how many women's matches did we have? We had Jade, Naomi. We had Tiffany, Charlotte. We had Io, Bianca, and Rhea. We had Lyra, Becky. So we had 4. We had 4 women's matches last year. And this year, they're saying we could have 6. So it'd be an extra 1 each day. Fine. No, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand why this is done the rounds and it's such a big deal. It doesn't strike me as a big deal. So that's my feeling on that, right? Daze, who do we think is more likely going to win the number 1 contenders gauntlet match on Raw to face AJ Lee? Can't remember everyone that's in it, but I feel like the winner, I don't believe, is going to Mania. Don't remember the graphic or them saying that the winner would go to Mania. We know that at Mania it's AJ Becky. So it says to me that whatever match we do is not going to have a repercussion for Mania. So I wonder actually if we have, I mean, I suppose there is a few ways you could go. You could have Becky interrupt that championship match. And you could have Becky cost AJ, just like how AJ cost Becky. And then what that would mean is that their rematch Mania is a non-title match. And so you could actually have the winner of the gauntlet go on to be the new champion, which could be interesting. If you was going to do that, I'd be really tempted to put it onto Io, because Io is one of the best performers that we've got. She's just been in the tag division. We don't have anyone kind of lined up for her particularly. I mean, Asuka is not really going after Io anymore or targeting Io anymore. Asuka, if anything, is going after Kairi more than anyone else. So with Rhea not around, it means Io can't be in that tag division unless she gets a new partner. I don't think they're going to do that. So that means that she's going to have to be in the singles division. Well, we know both of the champs are taken. Right? Both of the champs have got challengers. So I suppose the point I'm getting to is, how does Io fit into the picture for WrestleMania? Because she's one of our best performers. People absolutely love her. There's no way you can leave her off the card. I don't think you're putting her in the tag division. I don't think we're starting a new tag team. So, I don't think she's getting added to the title matches. I don't particularly see a feud for her to go into, but it could be Asuka, Kairi, Io, triple threat. Or it could be Io, Asuka, Kairi is kind of on the outside of the ring, torn between who do I give my loyalty to. I mean, I suppose there's a way there. Could end up doing something like that. I'd be down for Io Asuka at Mania. I'd have no problem with that. But to be honest with you, you could still do that, and you could still have the United States Championship involved. So, I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it? Because does AJ retain and we do AJ Becky rematch for the belt? Absolutely we could. Do we have Becky cost AJ, and so then we get a new champ, and so AJ Becky is not for the title, but there's so much heat between them that they face at WrestleMania anyway? Absolutely we could. There's a lot of worthy challengers. I think Bayley, Lyra, I would put into the tag division. Again, I'm just going to go back to the ladder match that I said I would do. I would do the ladder match. Bayley Lyra would be in that match. So they would be in that match. So I don't need to worry about either of those winning this thing. Io is the one that I think stands out to me. I think Raquel is in the match, but I think there's going to be a whole Judgment Day split. So she'll probably feature as a part of that. I certainly wouldn't be putting the mid-card belt on her at this point. You could, as I said, maybe you end up with Io Asuka with Kairi in between. Maybe that's strong enough to not need a title. But, yeah, I mean, the answer is there's a few directions that you could go. But with Io so directionless and not at the moment on the Mania card, she's the one that I would want to make sure that we've definitely got covered. Jesse said, I wouldn't be excited for Becky AJ again. It just doesn't do anything. Maybe AJ Tiffany could be better, said Jesse. Why has SmackDown not started? It doesn't start for 36 minutes. 36 minutes. Robbie said, I've got zero interest in a third Cody title reign so soon. It's not doing anything to get me excited for night one. It feels forced. It's already a fairly lackluster card. Well, I think Cody-Randy is a good match. I just think that it's going to be a bit of an ask to get the heat into it with the kind of 4 weeks that we've got. But I'm definitely hoping Cody gets it tonight. I want Cody to get the title tonight. I don't mind if he doesn't. But I would like him to get it because I'm definitely more into Cody-Randy than Drew-Randy. So that's the reason for that. I don't really mind if it ends up being Cody, Drew, Randy. And to be honest with you, I don't mind if it's going to be Cody, Drew, Jacob, Randy. Because a lot of those three in particular have been in each other's orbit since early January. I mean, if you think Jacob got involved in that 3 stages of hell match, and then you think about the fact that Drew got involved in that Saturday night's main event, which was Cody and Jacob, right? So he, murked both of those guys. Jacob also blames Drew for being the one that attacked him, even though Drew keeps saying it wasn't him. And then at the Royal Rumble, Drew took out Cody. At Elimination Chamber, Drew took out Cody. I think in the qualifier for Elimination Chamber, Drew took out Jacob. So they've just been in each other's orbit for 2 months now. So for me, we are either heading towards Cody against Randy, Drew versus Jacob, or you just put all 4 of them into the same match. I mean, the person that's kind of joined this conversation late is Randy. Randy hasn't really been involved in this at all. He just won Elimination Chamber and now finds himself getting caught up in all of this. So it feels like we're either going to do those two as, you know, matches, or it's going to be... I mean, if Drew wins tonight, then I'm expecting it to be a case that it's going to be the Fatal 4-Way. I just don't see any way that you don't have Cody Jacob getting involved with Drew having gotten involved with them at Saturday night's main event, the qualifying matches, the Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber. I mean, Drew's brought it on himself. Drew has got involved in matches he should not have been getting involved in. And as a result, Nick Aldis has come out and said, well, seemingly you really are desperate to not defend your belt against Cody. So how about I make it official? You're going to defend this Friday. So Drew has put himself in this situation tonight. And we said as soon as he got involved at Saturday night's main event, I said, I don't think this is good for Drew. He's keeping these people in his orbit when he does not need to do it. Does not need to be getting involved here. You know, he's keeping himself, he's keeping them involved. Rather than putting some distance between him and them, he is keeping himself involved. And then ever since that moment, he's continued to do that. So he has kept them involved. And, well, here we are. Title match. And there is a chance that he loses that belt tonight. If he does, the rumor is him and Jacob. But I really wouldn't be down on him being in that title match at Mania. I mean, there is a lot of support for Drew, right? Rightfully or wrongfully, there is a lot of support for Drew. So I wouldn't be down on him getting into that title match at Mania. But we know that after Mania, he goes off to film Highlander. So, you know, the streets are saying that he's not sticking around post-Mania anyway. So how long this reign is going to be for, I don't know. When it ends, we're not sure. Is it tonight? Is it WrestleMania? Seemingly, there are no long-term plans for Drew anyway. Drew's reign seemingly is ending at some point soon. It's either tonight or it's at, you know, WrestleMania. And probably no title defense between now and Mania for him anyway. So, I don't know. I got to be honest. I don't think this Drew title reign has been very good. I mean, what is the one title defense in there against Sami at the Royal Rumble, which was not greatly received? And now we've got a title defense tonight, which he could lose the title in. So, to me, you know, this hasn't been a great title reign either. So, from the same team that brought you creative in 2025, bring you, you know, what we've got here. So, it's very frustrating. Certainly when you think this is the top title. This is the belt, isn't it? The WWE Championship is the belt. If there's only one belt that you should have your absolute best creative mind on, one belt, one story that should be the absolute first thing that you discuss every meeting. It's the one thing. It's always at the top of the agenda. It should be this. This is the belt. This is the story that can drive the company. This is the one. But just it's so consistent since WrestleMania 40 that it's just not been good enough creatively. It's very, very, very frustrating. But I think, look, wherever you sit on the fence of, you know, I like Cody, I don't like Cody, I like Drew, I don't like Drew, I like Roman, I don't like Roman, wherever you sit on all of this stuff, I think we've got an idea as to what WrestleMania is going to look like. And at the moment, it seems like it's Cody-Randy, and it seems like it's Drew, Jacob. That's what I'm expecting. So if we end up getting that, that's, you know, I'd say try and figure out now how you feel about that, because that feels like the direction of travel at the moment. If Cody wins, then I'm definitely glad I didn't go to SmackDown, says Robbie. Drew is amazing. It seems like they didn't book the reign that good. It's just a lack of stories, said Jesse. Corbin said Daze, he hasn't had it that long. Well, he's had it since, he's had it 2 months. He's had it 2 months. So, I'm not down on, like, the fact he's not defended it more, but I'm certainly not going to sit here and say it's been a great reign, you know? I mean, it's just been what it's been. I think that the more that we find out, the more like about what's been happening, the more it seems like Drew got the belt not because they had a great reign planned for him, right? It seems like he got the belt so they could make the road to WrestleMania more interesting. And there was even a report that was in The Last Unseen, which said one of the reasons, not the reason, but one of the reasons as to why they took the belt off Cody on that SmackDown was so Cody could go into the Rumble and Cody could go into Elimination Chamber. So the point I'm making is that, you know, Drew didn't get this because they wanted Drew to have a great reign. So him not having a great reign is fine because he was not meant to have a great reign, right? But it's still not a great reign. And it's still a frustration that the kind of creative problems around this belt just are continuing, you know? So this is why if we do Cody-Randy and we do, like, you know, a real good summer of that, that to me would be a big thumbs up. What I'm looking for is probably the same thing you're looking for. We want the top title in WWE to be really well booked. We want it to be interesting. We want it to be, you know, loads of twists and turns and swerves and OMG moments, cliffhangers. Oh my God. He's got a decision to make. What's he going to do? You know, put them into situations where it's like, I can't wait to tune in next week to see what he decides. I mean, does he go that way or does he go that way? I mean, if he goes that way, it's going to result in this and this. If he goes that way, it's going to result in this and this. And as I said, you know, bring Brandy into it and all that kind of stuff. So for me, there's definitely a big summer ahead. There's, you know, a big few weeks ahead with us trying to build Cody-Randy as like, you know, a heated rivalry. I do believe that's the match. And I do believe that Drew Jacob seemingly is going to be a separate match. Maybe that's all incorrect information. Perhaps we get something different. But that is what I'm expecting. So if that's where we end up, then, you know, it's only going the way that the dirt sheets have kind of insinuated. Matty, hello, says, how many teams does SmackDown have? Like Motor City, Garza. I haven't seen Garza's. We lost Garza. We haven't seen them in a while. Wyatt's, Fraxium. It should be an easy win for the Wyatts. One of the GMs should be heel. That can help build baby faces. I think we're all right for baby faces, but to be honest, I mean, if you, again, look at the top end of the cards, you look at Cody and Punk and Roman, you look at the likes of Jay and Sami. I feel like there's a lot of baby faces. But I think where we're struggling is heels. We kind of feel like where's the monster heels? I mean, we know we've got Gunther, and you can say Drew, but I feel like there's issues there. So I feel like it's monster heels that we really could do with, like people that the fans really don't like. I mean, you've got Logan, but the problem with Logan is that people really hate Logan. I mean, they hate him because of who he is. It's not the same as like what Gunther is doing, you know. In regards to SmackDown tag teams, we can just have a little look at the current roster. There are a few being used in the likes of AAA, of course. So, as you said, Los Garza, Fraxium, Street Profits, though we haven't seen them in a hot minute, have we? Motor City Machine Guns, the Wyatts, as you said. No longer DIY. I don't know what the future's going to hold for Johnny. But DIY, obviously, no more because of Tommaso going over to AEW. I don't know what's happening with Matt Cardona and Apollo. They've been kind of popping up backstage together. The future could be the tag division for those guys. Yeah, I mean, just a quick glance, it looks like you pretty much called most of the teams there. So, Motor City, Los Garza, Fraxium, Street Profits... apart from MFTs, who they're feuding with right now, the rest of the division should be, they should be relatively straightforward. Motor City have not been positioned as any kind of big, crazy, unbeatable team. Los Garza, same. Fraxium, I don't know. I feel different about Fraxium. I think Fraxium are a great team. I mean, they were fantastic in NXT. They actually won a lot of like Team of the Year awards. You know, when like Fightful do their awards and Wrestling Observer do their awards. Go back a year or so, Fraxium were right up there, featured in a lot of the top fives, even won a couple of them. PW Insider Award and Fightful and, you know, Wrestle Purists and whoever else gives out awards. I feel like everyone gives out awards. So Fraxium are a really good team. We've not really used them a lot, though. We don't see them on a weekly basis. They pop up in like little backstage things. The kind of general condition of the SmackDown tag division sucks. I feel like since the Wyatts became champs, we've kind of just ended the focus on all of the different teams. Instead, now we just focus on the Wyatts and MFTs, and that's about it. So, you know, you go back this time last year, and we had like DIY and Motor City and Fraxium, and we were really trying to showcase all the different teams as we built towards that ladder match. I mean, that ladder match on SmackDown, which a lot of people said should have been at WrestleMania. It seemingly we were building towards that, so we were doing a lot of showcasing of the SmackDown tag division. Not doing that now. Now we're just really fully focused on just this one feud between the Wyatts and the MFTs. So, I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's okay to do that from time to time. I'm not like necessarily down on it, but you are right. The rest of the tag division does feel a little bit inconsequential. But tag wrestling, innit? I mean, it just seems to be cold for long periods of time, and then someone somewhere will just give it a little bit of a spotlight. But then it just goes back to being cold again. So it's just kind of the way tag wrestling has always been. It never seems to stay hot for an extended period of time, you know? It tends to get like 6 months, and then it'll have 18 months of being cold. So, and we never seem to be able to have Raw and SmackDown both going at the same time. I mean, last year we had SmackDown looking amazing, but the Raw tag division was dead. And then I think at the end of last year, we had the Raw division just doing a little something. Just a little something with the Raw, and then, but SmackDown was dead. So, tag wrestling, it's quite the enigma. Drew didn't have the world title for long back at Mania 40 when Drew defeated. Yeah, he got cashed in on, didn't he? Liam said, I think this Mania is a perfect opportunity to make Ober a monster. I think he should dominate Brock like Brock did to Cena at SummerSlam. Make himself look like a monster. I think they've got him. I mean, his aura is fantastic, so I think they've got him looking like a monster. Whether he's a monster heel or a monster babyface, I mean, I'd say he's a monster babyface right now, which is fine if that's how you want to present him. I mean, he does look like a monster, but we don't necessarily have many monster heels. I would even say Ober is not a monster heel. I mean, the people he's been going after at the moment have been the likes of Kit Wilson, who just runs around calling all the other wrestlers toxic, and The Miz. And I haven't seen him like go after like beloved baby faces. So at the moment, I would say he is a babyface at the moment. I don't think we've really kind of got stuck into much of a story for him. Although, saying that, Rusev, we did, I suppose, on Monday. I mean, we teased him and Rusev. But, yeah, we did actually make some progress with that on Monday. So, but Rusev's a heel. So, again, it kind of keeps Ober as a face. So, yeah, he could be a monster heel at some point. As of right now, though, they seem to be quite happy presenting him the way they're presenting him. Okay, Mark McCarvalho said, Wrestle votes have revealed the teams for the turmoil match, but I don't want to spoil it. Okay, but Jew-Man Sebastian said, let's normalize talking about women's wrestling. Men's matches are so repetitive and boring. Oh, I think we do. I mean, I don't really... I was very fortunate, you know, when I was a kid, and I've said this before. I grew up with, obviously, men dominating wrestling, But no word of a lie, one of the best wrestlers in the 90s, mid-90s, was Alundra Blaze. She does not get her flowers. No way does she get her flowers. She worked in Japan, and her work was so good. Her matches, the pace of the matches, the moves that she was employing. There is, I don't want to say sexism there, but when we're talking about great wrestlers and we talk about Brett and we talk about Shawn and all this kind of stuff, it's only the fact that Alundra didn't have a big division to work with that we don't include her name. She is fantastic as a wrestler. You know, really, really impressive. But unfortunately, the women's tag division at that time consisted of her and normally one other person. And that would be the person she'd be fighting. Then that person would go away and we'd bring in someone else. So, you know, she'd work a program with Bull Nakano. And then Bull Nakano would go back to Japan and we'd bring in Bertha Faye. So she'd work a program with Bertha Faye. And, you know, there might be a few other, like, random girls that pop in for one-off match that we just do on a show here or there. But they just come in for one-off appearances. We was trying to bring in the likes of Aja Kong and some of these Japanese women. We was looking to bring them in around 95, but at that point is when, you know, business had been so bad, Vince decides to get rid of the whole women's division. And getting rid of the whole women's division back then was like talking to 2 or 3 girls and saying, sorry, there's just no way that we can keep affording to pay for a women's division. It's crazy, isn't it? Imagine WWE now deciding to get rid of their women's division. Imagine how many women they'd have to speak to. Back in the 90s, it was like 3 or 4 girls that they had a word with. And that was it. But Alundra, I was so lucky to watch Alundra Blaze as I was growing up, because right from the beginning, I have never, ever, not once, felt that women are not as good as guys when it comes to wrestling. In fact, you know, I would say that Alundra was better than a lot of guys around at that time. So she instilled in me at a very, very young age an excitement for women's wrestling. This is, you know, this is why, like, it's such a shame to hear Jim Cornette come out with some of the comments he comes out with. I couldn't disagree more. When he's, like, down on, like, certain women and women's wrestling. Because we've said, like, you look at Serena Williams and the impact she's had on tennis. You kind of look at, like, the women's soccer team and how successful they've been in the US. You look at the Lionesses over here in the UK, where they've won 2 European championships. You know, the men have won 1 World Cup in 1966. Soccer is our national sport. It's the thing we care about the most over in this country, right? Like, sports-wise, probably entertainment-wise. You know, the Premier League and all of that. Well, our men's national team has won 1 World Cup in 1966, and that's it. And the country is desperate for them to win something else. And the women in recent years have won 2 European championships, and there's been mass celebrations and all of this. Like, women in sport are fantastic. And wrestling is exactly the same. Look where we are right now with Rhea and Io and Becky. Becky doing some of the best work right now. This idea that, like, women's wrestling is not as good or not as entertaining or not as important. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know what people are saying anymore. The whole thing was ridiculous to start with. Whoever was trying to make that argument was wrong. And you look back at last year's WrestleMania and you look at, like, what a lot of people said was the best match, which was the triple threat at the start of night 2. You look back at the success of Evolution and what an amazing all-women show that was. Probably the best PLE from last year. And it's like, it's not a surprise. I'm not surprised. I doubt you're surprised. We're not surprised. It's why the Jim Cornette comments were stupid from the beginning, and they've always been stupid. I like Jim. He comes out with a lot of sense. He speaks a lot of good stuff. He says a lot of stuff I agree with. But when it comes to him being down on women and all that kind of stuff, I think it's because he's from a time. It's just because he's from a time where women's wrestling was not the focus, was not the priority. The fans wanted Hogan, Andre, and all this kind of stuff. You know, they wanted Ric Flair. You know, people weren't clamoring for flipping Fabulous Moolah. They weren't necessarily, like, desperately waiting to watch Rockin' Robin. So, you know, he's just from a certain, but times have changed and women have been given the opportunity they always should have had, and they are absolutely killing it. So there is a problem, though. And the problem, I think, is that the quality is there, but there is still a perception that is not helped by Jim. And it's not helped by anyone else that's down on women's wrestling, right? Because actually, quality-wise, I would say the women are delivering work better than the men by and large at the moment. And we've just given a load of examples as to why. But I think there probably is some truth, and I don't have the numbers. I'd love to see the numbers, but I think there probably is some truth that the women are not drawing numbers and not getting the same engagement as what the guys are. I think there is some truth to the fact that in boxing, the heavyweights are always going to attract attention, because if you are the best heavyweight in the world, de facto, you should be the best boxer in the world. I mean, as you go down in weight, as people get smaller, they're obviously going to struggle against the biggest, you know? Ober Femi, for example, should be able to drive numbers better than people that are smaller than him, right? Because de facto, he should be the monster that can kill everyone else. You know, he is the biggest, he is the strongest. He might not be the best technically, but just his size and his power should be enough to overcome, you know, anyone else. I mean, if just like how heavyweight boxers are the biggest and the strongest and they should hit the hardest, they should be able to beat lightweights, middleweights, welterweights. They should be able to beat all of those people in those divisions, right? We have weight classes for a reason. And I do think that this is where the women struggle, because the women are never going to be seen as being better than the guys. They're never going to be seen as being better than their male counterparts, or, you know, the Ober Femis of the world or the Brock Lesnars of the world, right? So this is a bit of a barrier that women have that actually men don't necessarily have. And I do think there is something to that. I do think that there is a stigma to that. I do think there is some work that needs to be done there. But if we're looking at the quality of the work from the women, it is, I would say, by and large, better than what you get out of the men. Certainly now that AJ Styles has retired, right? AJ Styles was one of the best guys, and he's just recently retired. I think there is a bit of work to be done there. This is why, for me, if we're going to now move on to a conversation of, okay, we're saying the women are doing some of the best work, why don't they main event WrestleMania, right? I don't think that's sexism. I don't think they're not main event in Mania because they're women and there's just no way they can main event Mania, right? I think it comes down to engagement and numbers and merch sales, and I think there is some issue there, which means the women are not getting the level of their performance is not being shown in the numbers. And I think if it was, then the women would be main event in no doubt whatsoever. So there is some issue there, and I can only put that down to the fact that your average fan, your average casual viewer, is just in the mindset of, I want to watch wrestling, I want to watch Ober, I want to watch Gunther, I want to watch the big boys, I want to watch Roman, you know? I want to watch the big guys smashing into each other, yeah? And women like Io, who's quite small, yeah? And AJ Lee, quite small. It just doesn't carry that same excitement for some people, even though when the bell sounds, some of the matches are amongst the best. For me, I have no problem with the women main eventing, but there must be a reason why they don't. And I think there's probably some truth to what we've just said in regards to the numbers aren't quite showing the level that's required. So I think there is work that still has to be done. I think, though, the amount of work that's been done over the past 10 years is incredible. If you think about where we were in the middle of the 2010s to where we are now, I think the journey has been incredible. But I think there is more work that needs to be done. I think there are some... you might have to take a gamble at one point and just force the women into night one main events. It might be that rather than wait for the numbers to tell you that this is the right thing to do, you might have to just put them there and stick with putting them there. So that perceptions, if there are perceptions that need to change, and I believe there are, if there are perceptions that need to change, then you just force those changes through. So it's a very interesting conversation around women's wrestling. Where is it right now? I would say the headline is it's in a very healthy place. It's in a stronger place as it's ever been. I think that there is more work to be done because consistently the women do not get main event of Mania, do not get the main event of SummerSlam. If we look at the Royal Rumble, what opens the show? It's the women. You know, what was the first War Games match that went down? It was the women. Why? Why? I think it's because the numbers say that the guys still drive larger engagement. And so there clearly is more work that needs to be done. And again, we open up Rumble. What's the first Rumble? It's the women. We open up Elimination Chamber. What's the first Elimination Chamber? It's the women. It's the women that always open the show, not main event in the show. So there clearly is work that needs to be done. So we can't sit here and go, oh, it's all fine, it's all perfect. There's clearly work that needs to be done. But it's in a much healthier place than it's ever been, yeah? Progress has definitely been made, but more to be done. Larry said, I agree. Alondra Blaze, women's football is on the same level as men's is absolutely wrong. I didn't say it was. The difference is night and day. I didn't say it was. The point I was making, I can understand why you just got a bit confused there. The point that I was making is how well received it had been. So in this country, there was like big celebrations, front page news, you know, when they won the European Championship, the women's football, right? No one's going to say that they are as good as the men, right? Just like how you can't say that the women are going to ever be able to beat the men, right? You might get the odd crossover, you know, Rhea could probably beat Tozawa type situation. But I don't think anyone's going to expect the top woman to be able to beat the top man, right? Just like how in tennis, it doesn't work. Just like how people have fun about the fact that the US women's national team lost to some under 15s once, right? I don't think that's ever going to change, right? I think obviously women are built different to guys, yeah? Breaking news. And so your top women are always going to struggle against top men, right? So the speed of women's sport is not going to be as quick as men's, right? But can the reaction to it, can the appetite for it be improved, even though it's not going to be what the men deliver? And I would use soccer as an example, which is what I did, of yes, it can be better received. If I look at how the celebrations were for the Lionesses winning the European Championships, it's not the quality of the play, if you will, right, that's comparable to the guys, but it is the reaction to it that has improved. I mean, to be honest, there was no mention back in the 90s of women's European champion. I didn't even think about a women's England team in the 90s. I grew up watching the men's team. I didn't even think about why is there not a women's team. It just didn't even enter my mind. I didn't think about it. Whereas now, women's sports has been, you know, grown and is much better received now. It gets much more coverage now. But we're still in the early stages of it. And there is still that perception of people going, I don't want to watch that. It's not as good as the men's. Rather than just watching it for what it is. Why can't you just watch women's football and enjoy women's football and just watch it for what it is? Why does it have to be compared to the men's? It doesn't. You know, there's a women's cricket World Cup coming up, which I'll be watching, but I won't be watching it going, oh, you know, this isn't as that. She didn't bowl that as quick as the men can bowl that. I don't even compare it in my mind. So I can understand where the crosswires were there, the point I was making was more the reaction to it and the reception to it rather than how it compared to the guys. And that's the point, is that when it comes to wrestling, I think the reaction and the reception for the men's work is still above where the women's work is being received. I think quality-wise, the women are putting on better stuff, but the numbers clearly can't be there, which is why they're not main event in WrestleMania. They're opening. The first Rumble is a women's Rumble. The first Chamber is a women's Chamber. The first War Games is a women's War Games. That's what needs to shift. We need to see the love for women's wrestling, I think, grow. The respect for women's wrestling, I think, needs to grow. And we have seen that happen in other sports like football, like tennis, so on, so on, so on. Ronnie said, Daze, I can't believe that you're on with Drew being screwed out of WrestleMania. Cody is an ass and constantly keeps shoving Cody, you stupid Cody. So in love with title, he can't back out. I really want Cody to win. I can't believe you're with Drew. I think Drew's bad at the job that he's meant to be doing. Drew is meant to be a heel, and I think he's really bad at being a heel. I think the job is quite straightforward. Cody is the new John Cena. We saw that passing of the torch. Everyone was on board with Cody winning at WrestleMania 40, and we were right with him. We didn't want The Rock to just come and stop Cody from finishing his story. So WrestleMania 40, one of the best kind of moments that we had. I mean, it was brilliant. And so what people wanted is they wanted the title reign to match the excitement of Cody finishing his story. That was always going to be the creative challenge. That was always going to be the task. Can you book the title reign to be something that really satisfies people and people can really enjoy, because they enjoyed watching him get to the belt? Remember Cody fighting with the torn pectoral muscle? Yeah, in the Hell in a Cell. And you remember Cody and Rock and all that kind of back and forth, and Cody getting whipped in the rain. I mean, we weren't seeing loads of Cody haters at that point, because largely people were on board with him finishing his story. I'm sorry, I'm not a fickle fan. I supported Cody at that time. And then what followed after was a very underwhelming title run, which I blame creative for. So what I want Cody to have that title reign that we've all been waiting for. That's what I want. Yeah? So I'm not going to abandon Cody just because creative gave him bad creative. I mean, I don't think it's me that needs to look in the mirror. And why would I want to support Drew? Drew's meant to be a heel. And I don't think he's doing it very well, because I don't think he's building up the heat that he should be building up. So, for me, Drew deserves a title run because he had his title run during the pandemic and there was no fans. So he definitely deserves a run. But I was never confident that this run was going to be that run, right? I was never confident because word was always that Cody was going to be at WrestleMania this year. So I was never confident that this was going to be Drew's run that he is waiting for. And I think a lot of fans are waiting for. This is why there was a lot of celebration for Drew to win the belt, because there's a lot of people that feel like he should have had that run that he was cheated out of during the pandemic. So I get why people want Drew to have that run. But for me, I don't think this was ever going to be it. All the reports said that we basically did this to make the road to WrestleMania more interesting. And then word has come out that he's going off to film Highlander after. So for me, it's like, this isn't Drew's time right now. And I don't know why you're hoping for it to be Drew's time, because the plans have always said Cody's going to feature at Mania. And the plans are also saying that Drew's going off to film Highlander. So why would you sit and be hoping for Drew right now, when I just don't think this is the run that people want? He should have that run. He should have it. I think he deserves it. I just don't think this is it. You can hope it is, but I don't think it is. So if this isn't the run for Drew, if this isn't Drew's time where he's going to have that run, Well, then let's have a look at what the alternatives are. One of the alternatives is that we give Cody that run that we're waiting for. The reason why people jumped off the Cody train was because of the fact that the run after WrestleMania 40 was not as good. You solve that by giving him a really fun, creative run, where people will then turn around and go, do you know what? This is actually all right, you know. I wasn't keen on Cody. I just saw him as like this really bland, but this has actually been really well booked. Look at Danhausen. Boo! Who's this guy? He sucks. I didn't want him to come out the crate. Fast forward 24 hours, 48 hours. Oh my God, Danhausen's amazing. I didn't realise how funny he was. That curse thing was so good. The list of demands he's got. My God, this guy's hilarious. He's hilarious, Hausen. I'm going to put Hausen at the end of my name online now. I might buy his merch. Brilliant. I'm sticking with Cody. I liked Cody. I wanted him to finish his story. I feel sorry for him that there's fans that have turned their backs on him for creative purposes. And I want him to have that run that he deserves. I hope he gets the belt back tonight. I hope we get to WrestleMania. I don't know who leaves Mania as champion. It could be that Cody leaves as champion, but I hope he has that exciting run that we were hoping for. And the fans are so fickle that if it goes well, they'll be back on side with him. So it's not like it can't work. Okay, we're just looking at Chamber, by the way. Spurs, shout out to you, but it is Spurs 24601. Alan, shout out to you, my friends. Says, I agree with you about Alondra. This channel more than most gives women their flowers. I've always loved women's wrestling. I mean, obviously it was a struggle when it was you know, nothing but short matches and the quality of the work was not very good because the women weren't being trained, but that was never women's wrestling's fault. That was all to do with people not being trained and all that kind of stuff properly. So yeah, I love where we are with it. I really love where we are with it right now. There is more work to be done though. I mean, the bottom line, it should be that whatever the best feud is, whatever the best matches are, whatever that is, that should be in that main event spot. I think here we're probably in agreement on that. I just think the numbers don't quite reflect the quality of the work sometimes, which is a real shame. This is going to be a hell of a segment though, isn't it? Jade, Cargill, Rhea Ripley, they're going to be face to face. And there is some real heat to that with what the comments that were made. So, yeah, Alan, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. We know we've got a big show tonight. Obviously, a big championship match. Closing out the show, but we're opening the show with Randy. Randy making his way down to the ring. RKO everyone shirt on for Randy. Jaylee said, I like Drew, not just as a champ, but I think I'm ready for a heel Cody, says Jaylee. Jaylee, shout out to you. Joe says, I agree, I'm a Cody loyalist. Yeah. I mean, the myth is that everyone's against Cody. It does wind me up when I look online and you get people saying things like, nobody wants Cody to win. It's like, no. That's not true. That's not true at all. There's this weird perception online that, like, everyone's turned on. It's not true. There's people out there that think they speak for everyone. And it's like, I do find myself sometimes going, should I respond to some of these? But then I'm like, I just don't need to. What's the point? What am I going to achieve by doing it? Nothing. All you're going to do is get into some online argument with someone that you don't really care about their opinion anyway, you know? I mean, I see people saying that. They're not people that I know or follow, or they're not part of our community. But, you know, you see these kind of things online, and you're like, Let it go. Let it go. But I think the truth is others read those kind of things and believe it to be true. Yeah, I feel that way as well. That's how I feel. No one does want Cody to win on Friday. Believe that if you want. But right now, I can see plenty of Cody shirts in the crowds. Front row, there's a Cody logo that says it's my birthday written underneath it. Someone there's got a Cody belt with a Cody logo on. So you just kind of go, yeah, you're right. Yeah, apparently no one does want Cody to win tonight. Okay, Randy going over to the corner. And there we go, Randy posing away. JJ in shadow, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Firing in some gifted memberships. Thank you, my friends. And William says, happy birthday to Christopher, 21 and still a stud. Oh. William, shout out to you, buds. Christopher, happy birthday. And we should be getting underway very, very soon. We're already 7 minutes in. We haven't really had anything. We've just had a video package of Elimination Chamber. And we're about to hear from Randy. Randy shaking his head. Joe said Cody could win with the help of Danhausen. The IWC would go nuclear. Well, I don't know. The IWC has shifted on Danhausen after Monday. As I said, Saturday, flipping hated him. What a joke. Who's this guy? Monday. Oh my God. Funniest guy in the world. Okay, RKO chance. Perhaps was he running late or something? He said he got to the venue. I swear I was on time. That WrestleMania sign was already up. I'm a numbers guy. I know how many manias I've been in. He's been at 20. It's damn impressive, isn't it? 20 WrestleManias for Randy. But I've only main evented twice. Booze for that. Yep. Here we are. Smile on his face. So, Randy, in the main event of Mania, obviously we don't know what main event's night 1 or night 2. The fans differentiate between the two. The wrestlers don't. So, it could be this main event's night 1. Could main event night 2. But either way, it will still count as a main event. I do let my peers do the talking. Okay. He's just talking about what his peers have said about him over the years. It's kind of nice to hear from Randy, isn't it? And just let him talk. He said he's proud that people still consider him to be at the top of his game. Don't get it twisted. This was not handed to me. This was not given to me. I earned this, says Randy. We'll know in a few hours who my opponent's going to be. Boos for Drew. Cheer. A bit of an initial cheer and then some boos. Okay, so Randy says it doesn't matter who it is. I'm going to go into Mania with a chip on my shoulder. Okay. Randy chants. I'm going to use the 3 most dangerous letters. Okay. Lights went out. Lights went out. Oh, tricks interrupted. He's still got that turntable, you know, as part of his entrance. We saw that at Elimination Chamber. So I wonder if this is going to be like a permanent feature. I wondered if that was just a one-off for the PLE. But Trick's here, and he's getting a big, big reaction. I mean, look at that. Look at that image right there. I mean, this guy... I mean, he, of course, he's a future world champion, but how many WrestleManias is he going to main event? That's the kind of aura that Trick's got. Trick Williams, I mean, they are going big. Even Randy's applauding. I got voices in my head. I got a bone to pick with you. Trick's making his way down. Randy's also got an Aleister Black problem, hasn't he? Trick says he should be in the main event of WrestleMania. Connor said, let Trick main event WrestleMania one day in the future. Oh, he will. He will. It feels like all the top talent are loved by the crowds. So many heels are getting cheered nowadays. It is a bit of a problem. Not about Trick, but in general. I agree with that, Brony. I do agree with that. They have actually spoke about switching him. Trick to me isn't a problem at the moment because he's not at the top of the card, right? Look. He's going off about the height. Randy is going over, look. Man to man, eye to eye. Randy having a lot of fun here. Oh, boom, the RKO. The RKO. Randy lays out Trick. Just as he was bragging about the lemon pepper steppers. Bang, he plants him. He even goes and admires the lemon pepper steppers. But it's true, isn't it? That's a rookie error to lower your guard against Randy. Just as Trick was getting in there, Randy was like making fun about the height. There's a real thing about the height. You might have seen the viral clips of Randy doing something similar at Elimination Chamber, kind of going over to Trick's pod and just sort of teasing him like, you ain't 6'5". He was just doing that. And then boom, laid him out. RKO. Okay. Main event coming up later. That's a great opening, said Word Live Cena fan. Nico said, Daze, hope you well. I want Drew to retain tonight. Otherwise, it's going to go Cody, and he'll go back to face Randy. I think Cody is too late. Well, I don't know if it's too late. I do think that there's not loads of time between now and WrestleMania. There may be enough time, I'm not sure. But people have said, what if this is just the start of the feud? And I did like that idea. Okay, Carmelo about to make his way down to the ring then. Carmelo about to do his open challenge. Could be an interesting opponent. Seems like Nick Aldis has found someone interesting for Carmelo. Yeah, I agree. Nice to hear from Randy. I mean, Randy's one of the biggest stars in the history of WWE, and we actually don't get him cutting like those kind of promos on a regular basis. So it was just nice to hear from one of the true greats of all time talking about going to Mania and... yeah, fine. Might not have done loads. Might not have done... You know, I mean, it was just him saying about WrestleMania, and then Trick comes out and the fans get an RKO. So, I mean, it might not have done loads. It might not have been as crazy as the Open to Raw, but, yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's watchable. I was sports entertained. Ellis Dub said it was a bit of a ho-hum Open. The material was light, but it was fine. I don't know if I like Trick being made to look like a goober in there, though, said LS Dub. Well, I think, you know, he's someone that it's okay to kind of do that with at the moment because he's still new. You know, I suppose in a way he's trying to show off, isn't he? Trick's coming out, look, talking about, listen, I'm the guy. Look how amazing I look. And there's a reason as to why I'm looking so good. It's all because of my lemon pepper stuff. You know, he's trying to show off. He's trying to peacock. The problem is that by doing that, you're not really focusing on... you know, your defense. You're kind of keeping yourself, you know, you're just getting a bit lost in your own hype. And as a result, Randy can capitalize. Because we're still very early with Trick, that I think that's fine. You know, he'll learn to, you know, it'd be good at that. I mean, that would be a really lovely little bit of character development. If actually, you know, in the future when he gets in there with Randy, he just kind of keeps a bit more distance. Or perhaps he gets close to Randy and then as he's talking, he just sort of looks at him momentarily and just takes a step back, right? That little detail would be fantastic. It wouldn't mean much to like a casual fan, but to people that are watching, that is showing that Trick is starting to think more a little bit like, I'm actually in danger. Give me 1 second. I'm out of danger now. Or at least I think I'm out of danger. And that would be, you know, little touches like that would help the Trick character, just show a little bit of character development. I think that would be a positive. So actually, by putting him in this position now, whilst he's still new, gives you the option to actually show that character development further down the road. John said, I love that opening segment. Daze, would you like to see Randy Trick match? Yeah, of course. If we do get Randy Trick, who do we think would win? Well, I think it'd be Randy right now. I think that for me, Trick is aura. He is, you know, the entrance is all working. The music sounds great. He looks like $1 billion. But actually, it's okay for him to have close matches and to run legends like Randy right to the limit and to just fall short. That's okay. Because just like I said, he's getting caught at the moment, but in the future he can work it out. It's okay for him to lose matches now against top talent, right? You want him to beat the likes of Tozawa, Otis, you know, those kinds of names. He shouldn't be losing those. But, you know, against the likes of Cody, Randy, Drew, or any other top star, it's okay for him to fall short as long as he's giving a good account of himself. Because it should be that as time goes by, he starts working stuff out. He starts to figure out how to get the victory. He doesn't need to just come in and just murk everyone. I mean, that's one story. You can go that way if you want. But that doesn't have to be the story all the time. I would make the argument that's kind of what Ober is doing. So, you know, Ober should be the one that steps in and just, you know, manages to get past people. With Trick, I think it's okay for him to come out, look good, put the work in, just fall short. But then, you know, we do the rematch 6 months later, he gets the victory. And so, you know, we watch him improve. And listen, you fast forward 2 years, you've got a guy now who can back it up. But I think for the next period, the next couple of years, if I was booking him, I would have him making mistakes. I don't think it's strange to see him like getting things a little bit wrong. I think that actually that's a very realistic thing. There's a lot of people in this world that try to fake it till they make it, and I think Trick could be a little bit of that, where he's coming out, he's all bravado, I'm the man, and maybe the skills don't quite back that up yet. Maybe the skills aren't quite at that level. So have him just lose, not all the time, but just, you know, a few matches here and there against big names. And then, of course, he'll start getting wins. And then he'll start, oh my God, here we go. And bang, I mean, be in a good place. I think fans, there is this kind of, we've got to have everything now mentality. But again, you go back to The Rock, and he started out as Rocky Maivia. You go back to Stone Cold, he was the ringmaster. I mean, here we go. It's Wagner. Wagner Jr. is in from AAA. Is it going to be him? I mean, I'm guessing that it is him. Dr. Wagner Jr., so we're featuring a AAA talent. I mean, I've not seen enough of Dr. Wagner Jr. to be able to tell you if that's not like Johnny in a mask. I mean, I can't tell you that that is not someone else, but I believe it is him. The most beautiful mask has arrived. Okay, so there we go. This is going to be our opening match. And I mean, listen, from what I've seen of Dr. Wagner Jr., and I've not seen loads because I've only watched a few AAA shows, but of what I've seen of him, he is really good talent, like you would imagine out of AAA. I think he's going to do his... Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, United States Championship on the line then. The Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Firing in some Wrestling Days memberships. Who the bloody hell is him? Says David. Connor said, this is crazy. It's, well, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, I think actually using this open challenge as it can be anyone. Could be someone from NXT, could be someone from AAA, could be someone from TNA. Could be someone just from SmackDown. I don't mind that. I mean, this isn't like a match I've been desperately trying to get, you know, but I don't mind it. Okay, Wagner is in control. Comes down on Carmelo. Carmelo goes down. Carmelo being thrown back into the ring. One, kick out. Just a 1 count there as we get a kick out. by Wagner. Wagner getting a good start here, actually. Wagner is climbing up. Here's Carmelo. Missile dropkick coming in there by Wagner Jr. 1, 2. And crowd a little quiet. The reaction seemed okay. I don't think this is a bad crowd. Crowd seemed to be okay when he came out. Dropkick. Carmelo. Okay, against the ropes goes Carmelo. Looking for a suplex. No joy. Looks like he's going to be reversed. Wagner. Oh, no. Good work there by Carmelo. 1, 2. Just a 2 count for Carmelo. Against the ropes. Go. Oh. He gets planted down. Don't think that move quite went to plan. Carmelo with a kick to the back of the leg. And again, just throwing in some kicks. Jordynne Grace possibly injured during the match prior to SmackDown. So we might have a situation in regards to Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace might have picked up an injury in the match before SmackDown. He's got a match with Santos for the Latin American Championship a week tomorrow, says Robbie. Well, we're doing that show. That's the Raid show, isn't it? So we've got a busy day tomorrow with NXT. It's going to be great to be doing some wrestling tomorrow. So we've got that tomorrow, and then we also have got AAA the weekend after. So we've got a couple of weeks of wrestling on a Saturday, which is always welcome. Real Russ said, I don't know if I'm being picky, but what do we think they would open with a match that got us hyped starting out? Something to match Randy's opening promo, says Real Russ. To be honest with you, what they tend to like to do is they like to put a match in that is going to like really show off. This first match tends to get some time, right? They like to give this. So if you had like, well, the open challenge has been in the opening match quite a bit. Ilya, Sami, anything that's going to be a banger, tag teams, anything that's going to be exciting, that's going to have good action, they tend to put that in the opening. And I think this does fit. It does make sense. Carmelo and his open challenge has been really, really fun. This is a good way of promoting AAA. A lot of people don't know Wagner Jr., but as we said, of what I've seen of him, he is very good. There's no reason as to why this match is not going to be a real fun match. So I think they just want to showcase Carmelo. They want to showcase the open challenge. They want to showcase AAA. They want to put on a match that's going to deliver. Put on a match that's worthy of having a little bit more time, like the opening match tends to have. So that's why I think this match is in this position. But I can understand people not having seen Wagner Jr. and just feeling a bit like, oh, I'm not really too fussed by this. I can understand that. Obviously, our main event is going to be the championship match. That's going to be the big focus. Chop there by Carmelo. We are at commercial break right now. So we are at commercial break. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. And Choco Latte, shout out to you as well. Couple of gifted memberships. It was lovely actually seeing some new names around during our member streams. Looking to make those changes to the members side, not next week, but the week after. Shoulder into the midsection there by Wagner Jr. Carmelo looking to go over the other side. Some of the chemistry is off between these two. It might be because these two have just not been in the ring with each other. But there's been a couple of times there where, I mean, there, Wagner just threw Carmelo into the corner and he just sort of stumbled over rather than running hard into the corner. Don't know why, but it just feels like there's a couple of moments where they're just not on the same page. That's shown itself twice so far. Big superplex. We're coming back from commercial break, so we'll have to have a look, see if there's any other like moments that are just off. To shoulder up. It's hard though, isn't it? It's really hard. These two are never around each other. So they're having to kind of work it out in the ring. Shot coming back there by Carmelo. Forearm back there by Wagner. Forearm there by Carmelo. These two exchanging forearms right now. Yeah, we've got footage of Jordan. I haven't seen it. Yeah, so the doctor is there with Jordan. Jordan stayed down. So Alba Fire gets the win over Jordan, but seemingly because something's happened to Jordan, it's not the best fan footage, is it? Where we're zooming in, we're zooming out. We got people walking past, but there we go. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see if there is an update on Jordan Grace. Against the ropes. Duck underneath. Off that middle rope. Into a clothesline. Okay. Carmelo down. Wagner down. Both guys are down. Carmelo kipping up. He's going over to Wagner. Throwing in some chops. And again. Gets pushed back. Goes up. Looking for a powerbomb. Nice work there by Carmelo. Round the houses. Excellent. Logo going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Wagner. Carmelo breaking out a few of his tricks. Dirty Diana. Ringside News said Jordan Grace was injured during the main event match with Alba Fire that was taped before SmackDown. Medical staff checked on her. Fans are fearing a possible knee injury. 1, 2. Picks up Carmelo. Powerbomb. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oof. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So right now we've got Wagner in control. He's getting back up to his feet. Fans are applauding. It's a good crowd, actually. Wagner in the one corner. We've got Carmelo over in the other. Wagner charges in. Kick there by Carmelo. Oh. Discus forearm. Picks him up. On the feet. Carmelo with a shot to the back. Over in the corner goes Wagner. Big boot coming in by Wagner. On that middle rope. Double knees. Yeah. There's been a couple of moments where these two have been off, but there's been some decent moments. He doesn't kick out with much authority, does he? Wagner would just like... Ugh. Carmelo going over to the corner again. He's looking to climb up. Perched on top. Lands on the feet. Rolls through. Wagner charging over. Did the knee kind of connect? It may have done. It was hard to tell from that camera angle. Oh, lovely. Look at that. Driving Carmelo down. 5.9. 5.9. 2.9. Just managing to kick out Carmelo. Hanging on. Wagner going over to the corner. Climbing up, looking for this moonsault. He's on the top rope, moonsault, misses. Carmelo goes up. Carmelo on top. Leg drop. Nothing but net. That'll do it. 2, 3. Carmelo gets it. Okay, let's get the poll. There were some decent moments in that. I don't think it's the best open challenge match. In fact, I'd put quite a few above it, but that was okay. That was Wagner from the X Factor, said Wrestle with Andy. Well, good to see that he's still in the entertainment business. There we go. Nothing but nets. That was a very weak kick out, said Durham. Okay, there we go. Carmelo hands the championship to Wagner. Oh, Wagner bows. Okay, we're backstage with Ilya. Yeah. Ilya said he keeps losing. He doesn't feel like he deserves the shot right now. He talks about his mother. His nose is really busted up. I keep looking at Ilya's nose. It's like... That was quite good by Ilya. He speaks lovingly about his mother. Here's Kit Wilson. Okay, I think Kit Wilson has sort of spoken and talked himself into a match with Ilya. Okay, Irresistible Forces look like they're going to be in celebratory mood next. We've got balloons. Wrestling is always better when we have balloons. So balloons are being introduced into the ring. And it looks like there's going to be a celebration. And I'm sure this is going to go very, very well. Dak said, I would like to see Ilya against Brock. And he said, AJ must have one of the quickest Hall of Fame inductions after his debut. To think his first appearance was in 2016. And then he's in the Hall of Fame like 10 years later. Even though he deserves it, it took Demolition 40 years. Very true. Very true. After Penta won the Intercontinental Championship against Dominic on Raw, who do we think that should be Penta's first challenger? Well, I'd like to see him against Rey Fenix. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I don't mind like JD trying to get it. I think Dominic will try and get a rematch, of course. Maybe JD wants to try and see if he can bring it back to Judgment Day. I don't know that we're just going to move away from Judgment Day. But I certainly don't want to be seeing like anyone like Sami going after it or LA Knight going after it. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd like that belt to be a belt that is beneficial to someone. I don't think that having that belt is beneficial to LA Knight or beneficial to the likes of Sami, even though Sami's on a different brand. It needs to be someone that, you know, would benefit from having that championship. You know, like a Chad Gable. Chad Gable doesn't feel to me like he's anywhere near a world title, so a mid-card title would be fine for him. A Grayson Waller would be good because Grayson is in need of something. I mean, he's nowhere near a world title. Dragon Lee, just as a friendly rivalry, would be a good feuds. Just be a great match, wouldn't it? Just be, I know it's face versus face, but it would just be a great match. So, you know, I'd take any of those. I'm not saying open challenge, but, you know, anyone that's nowhere near a world title, a Rusev, again, is in a feud himself with Ober. How long that goes for, I'm not sure. But Penta Rusev for the United States Championship, absolutely fine. Don't mind that whatsoever. But like, yeah, an LA Knight or a Sami or someone that to me is above that belt now, that I wouldn't be looking for that. But a Grayson, a Rusev, a Dragon Lee, a Rey Fenix, a JD McDonough, those kinds of names, you know, a Tyler Bate, a Pete Dunne, rather than Rio Bravo, you know, maybe bring out Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. Have them come out. I'm surprised we've not done that, actually. Why have we not had Tyler Bate come out and wrestle? Why couldn't he answer a Carmelo Open challenge? He could come out as Tyler Bate. Pete Dunne could come out as the Bruiserweight for a one-off appearance. So, yeah, there's a few options. We are at commercial break right now. There is a lot of chatter about the Jordan Grace situation. Daze, I believe a lot more wrestlers need to go after the IC belt. That's an important belt to carry, says Christopher. Yeah, it's been like not held ransom, but I mean, it's not had the best of times as it whilst it was with Dominic. It just wasn't getting defended. Hello, Rivy. Hope you well, buds. Okay, here's Damien. He's speaking to Nick Aldis. Okay, here's R-Truth, and he's got his head shaved. You're in big trouble. Oh, they're going to be in the tag turmoil match. Okay, R-Truth and Damian Priest as a tag team is quite a development. Okay, here's Drew. Let's be reasonable. I'm glad we're addressing this. Okay, so Nick Aldis said, you went back on your word, I went back on mine. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. I still don't get presenting it feels like Drew against the world. Do you know what I mean? Like, what? I don't get it. I just don't get it. What do they think they're booking? There's going to be loads of people that are going to be on Drew's side with what he's just said there. You know, him saying about how we said that he wouldn't get another rematch. You know, make this right. There's going to be a load of people going, yeah, we did agree that. And then Drew going, it always feels like it's me against the world. I mean, this is not how you book a heel. Oh, hello. Okay. Is this a new entrance for them? I don't remember seeing this before. We've got Irresistible Forces graphics. They're making their way down to the ring. Yeah, I don't remember seeing this entrance before. Okay, yeah, we got new women's tag champs. It's quite a surprise, that, actually. We've got an update in regards to Jordan Grace, so I don't think it's going to be anything too bad, hopefully. Backstage, there's Jordan. Jordan said at least there was already a wheelchair waiting. So she went to Gorilla and there was a wheelchair back there because of Chelsea being back there. So there she is, head in her hands, using Chelsea's wheelchair. So at least there's a little bit of humour around with that situation. So we'll keep an eye on that. A lot of people are talking about that. Sports Illustrated are talking about that. Bleacher Report are talking about that. Okay, they've made their way down. Irresistible Forces. I don't even know how you spell it. Soak it in. Champs. Looks like we got a little bit of lag. There we go. Okay, so Irresistible Forces says any and all challengers are welcome. Someone's getting involved here, aren't they? Someone's stepping up. If you run up, you're going to get done up. Okay. Okay, they're going over to have a toast. Those are weird glasses, aren't they? To have some champagne in. Why are they not in flutes? Those are the only glasses they could find. Pyro is going off. Okay, Charlotte's coming out. So I'm guessing it's going to be Chalexa that are going to make their presence felt now. So Brandon said, I think Jacob is going to cost Drew the title and it's going to set up their WrestleMania match. Blake Dub, shout out to you as well, but here's Chalexa. Give a little woo, says Charlotte. Okay, Alexa says she's happy for Nia. You found a coattail to ride to the top. I'm sure that guy in the front row, as soon as Alexa just said that, I'm sure he went... I'm sure I saw that dude in the demolition shirt go, that's right, girlfriend. Alexa, Charlotte, both in the ring. Okay, now we're bringing down Julia, and I'm guessing Kiana is going to be by her side. Final Boomer said, 4 months after our home exploded, we've now got into our new home. This is my first stream from it. I'm now home in 2 places, here and with you. Final Boomer. Shout out to you, my friends. That's fantastic news. So, congratulations. That's fantastic news. Okay, so Julia, Kiana, they've made their way down. I don't know what a Zacco is, but Julia's calling everyone a Zacco. Zacco, Zacco, Zacco. She said Alexa's the #1 Zacco. Okay, Julia, Kiana stepping up to Alexa. Irresistible Forces just backing away a little. Here's Nick Aldis. Okay, we're going to do this match, but he didn't say it was a #1 contenders match. Julia, Kiana against Charlotte and Alexa. Zacco! What's Zacco? I'm not sure. I don't even know how you spell it. It's Zacco. Oh, okay. It is just what it is. Z-A-K-O. It translates to small fish. It's slang meaning a person that is insignificant, weak, or low-ranking. So originally it meant small, low-value fish, but it has evolved into meaning a nobody, a weakling. You're basically a small fish. Small fish. But it doesn't exactly mean that. In video games, anime, or manga, Zacco refers to weak fodder-like enemies. Like minions in English. Matt, hello. Shout out to you, buds. WrestleMania said, I feel like Julia tries hard to act like Asuka. I'm getting big Asuka vibes and I don't like it. Are they going to wrestle on the red carpet, said Tribal Listener. They'll get rid of that. That's just for the segment. That's just for the celebration. And what a celebration it was. Okay, let's end the poll. Let's see how you lot scored. Carmelo against Wagner Jr. Okay, not great. You said it was good 91. Which is definitely not the score WWE would have been hoping for. It was a little off in a few places. It did have some decent moments, but not enough to grab you guys. So, unfortunately, just fell a little bit short. Right. Did I miss Cody Drew match? No, that's our main event. Dax said, I think Bailey is getting screwed. Did Carmelo retain? He did, yes. Robbie said, Julia Kiana elevated my heart rate more than my cardio workouts from earlier in the afternoon. Daze, why is the Women's United States title, why isn't it being defended? Well, I mean, it will be defended. Seemingly, to be honest, we've got a bit of a problem, and we've had a problem now for quite a while, and that is that we have really stripped the women's divisions of credible baby faces, certainly the SmackDown women's division. We've stripped it of credible baby faces and we've moved them all to the women's tag division. So Alexa and Charlotte are two big baby faces on SmackDown, but they're teaming together as Chalexa and they're being put in the tag division. It kind of means that you're just left with B-Fab, Jordan Grace, Michin. You know, this has been the problem that Jade has had. I mean, who's Jade been able to defend against? She's been, like, faffing around with B-Fab and Michin and Jordan Grace because, you know, we've not really had anyone else to kind of, like, have some interesting feuds with. So, honestly, we're a bit thin on the ground when it comes to challengers. You could put her in there with a heel, but, like, and we did that as well. I mean, don't forget, we ended up having to do Chelsea Green against Julia, which is technically heel against heel. We had to do that because of the situation with the women's division not being correct. So I think we need to figure out who Julia is going to get into a feud with. At the moment, this week, they've just decided to do this tag match instead. But, yeah, the rosters aren't correct. I don't know why we haven't fixed it. It doesn't seem to be high on the priority list. But we definitely need to sort this out post-Mania. Desperately need to sort it out. There's got to be a draft or a superstar shake-up or something. But to be honest, I would imagine this big focus on women's tag wrestling, I would expect that would settle down. I don't think the likes of, well, already we've seen Rhea leave the division. She obviously ended up winning the chamber. So, you know, Rio doesn't seem to be a team anymore. That means that Io will likely leave the division as well. I think Charlotte and Alexa can't see this being a team post-WrestleMania. They might still be friends, but I don't know that they'll be in the tag division. So, post-Mania, we definitely need to... we need to tweak a few things. Okay, Alexa versus... Kick out there by Charlotte. Kiana with a big boot to the midsection, and again. Okay, shot coming in there by Kiana. Elbow coming in by Kiana. Going for a cover 1, 2. Kick out there by Charlotte. Kiana grabbing Charlotte. Looking to get Charlotte over in the corner. Charlotte face first. Tag being made. In comes Julia. Okay, Charlotte down. Over comes Julia. In comes Kiana. She was very impressive in the Elimination Chamber, Kiana. I think people might be looking at her a little bit differently now. Lovely work there by Kiana. Driving her shoulder into Charlotte. Charlotte goes down. Kiana going over. Smashing. I say smashing. She tried to smash Charlotte's head down, but Charlotte didn't really go for it. Charlotte back up to her feet. Kick coming in. Both Kiana and Charlotte go down. Do we think that a ladder match should be booked for the women's tag titles? I would do that personally. I can't say that's what they're going to do, but I'd like to see it. Crazy Mana said, I have met EO, Dominic Bronson, after Crown Jewel at a house show in Melbourne. What? Hope it was good, buds. Car said AAA have announced El Grande and the original El Grande against La Parka versus TBA. Dominic versus Vikingo for AAA Mega Championship. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That's not this Saturday, but the Saturday after. YB Dub said Charlotte and Alexa did all they could already for the tag division. They're just being wasted at this point. They should definitely be going for singles titles. Alexa, drop kick. Well, I don't know what happened to Nikki Cross. Do you remember Nikki Cross was popping up in the background of Julia segments? And she was kind of around when Chelsea was talking about the United States title. I mean, it really felt like Nikki Cross was going to get involved. That was a definite plan. Because it didn't happen once. It happened like 4 or 5 times that Nikki would pop up in the background. You know, they'd be talking and Nikki would just be there in the background watching. So, I mean, they were definitely teasing Nikki Cross getting involved, and then nothing came of it. Absolutely nothing came of it. Okay, Julia in control with Alexa on the outside, and we go to commercial break. Did they put Julia in the tag division because she's boring as US champ? Nah. She's not boring as US champ. There is no division for her to actually compete against. So, again, it's not her fault. The roster is just not right for the... same at the top of the card. I mean, we know that Jade is limited as a wrestler. I mean, even she would say that she's got a lot to learn and a lot to improve on, but it's just no great opponents for her right now. Obviously, we're going to be seeing her tonight. She has a great opponent now, but it's someone that's having to come over from Raw, and that is Rhea Ripley, who has been in the tag division. Alexa Hope spots need to be categorized as an act of terrorism. Good lords, says LSW. Charlotte getting in. Kiana throwing Alexa in the corner. Kicks coming into the midsection there by Kiana. Another big boot coming in. She's stomping away on Alexa. Oh, I only just noticed the ref. It's Ref Daff. Obviously, we know about the absolute heartbreaking stuff she's been through. Housefire resulted in her losing family members. Horrible. And not long ago, she was involved in a car accident as well. She's had an absolute nightmare. Horrific time. Didn't even notice that she was reffing here. To be honest, she might have been back last week or something, and I just didn't notice. Oh, Julia got that wrong, didn't she? I don't quite know what Julia was going for there. She seemed to run against the ropes, and I think she went for a bit of a drop kick, but I don't know what that was. Right now, she's put... Oh, my God. That kick to the back of the head, we saw that last week, and again, it was brutal here. This time, it didn't quite go to plan. That kick to the back of the head, it really looks like it's going to do some damage. That kick kind of did the round last week. Everyone was talking about how brutal it looked. She just kind of went for it here as well. Julia goes down. We just had a couple of spots there. Elbow drop by Kiana. Tag being made. Charlotte is in. The crowd react with a big pop. Charlotte goes up. Big crossbody. Down goes Kiana. Down goes Julia. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. This is a hot tag. This is a hot tag. Crowd are wooing away. Get out my way, Charlotte says to Julia. Against the ropes. Okay. Charlotte doing really well with that hot tag. Really well. Right now she's got Julia. And she hurls Julia into Kiana. Kip up there by Charlotte. Fans are very appreciative of what they're seeing so far. Yeah, the stomp this time, I mean, it looked brutal, but it looked brutal in a slightly different way. Charlotte is up looking for the moonsault. Lands on both Kiana and Julia. 1, 2. It's a kick out, but it's only just... I mean, blumming out. I don't think they really wanted to show a replay of that kick out because Kiana seemed to be really struggling to actually kick out of that thing. Boot coming in there by Julia. Julia round the back of Charlotte. Belly to back going for the pin. 2. Kick out by Charlotte. Julia is down. Okay. First thing I'd do if I get the 2K game is to download a Jobber Daze custom character. Yes. Yes, there are some people that do tend to make like Daze things in... it's great. I would totally expect to have the lowest ratings possible. And actually, I'd be offended if they weren't. Charlotte with a boot coming in. Oh, lovely work there by Alexa. Big DDT. Natural selection by Charlotte. 1, 2, 3. Charlotte gets it. Charlotte pins Julia. And I don't know, does that give Charlotte a singles opportunity? Yes, the tag team have picked up the win, but Charlotte pinning Julia, there's definitely an argument that she could now find herself getting a title opportunity. Charlotte points over at the WrestleMania sign. Joe says we're going to get a big answer about WrestleMania tonight in our main event. If you want to be the QB1 of this industry, then you have got to be competing for gold at WrestleMania. Jelly Roll just sending in a clip. That's a good use of celebrity. Getting them to send in little clips like, Randy, you did it. I'm so pleased for you, mate. Here's Cody. Backstage with Cody. Cody. Here's Sami. These have always been interesting the past few weeks. These interactions. This match is crazy. Okay. What is this? I agree. What is this? You think I'm being self-serving? Sami just crashing out. He's continuing to crash out. Blimey now. He only came to say good luck. And it turned into all of this. Blimey now. I'm rooting for you, says Sami. Go be WWE champion again. Blimey now. He only meant to wish him good luck. Yeah, Sami freaks out. So he should. Okay, so we've moved away from the Sami segment. Now we're just having a look at Trick Williams. He was making an appearance on The Breakfast Club. Okay, so Trick just talking on this... Trick just talking about the fan reaction. Okay. Is this Motor City Machine Guns? Have we got Motor City Machine Guns on the show? Blooming forgot what they look like. Motor City Machine Guns. Don't know who they're facing. Braise your fish, says Mayor Pete. I've not seen Motor City in how long, said D-Show. Okay, Motor City making their way down to the ring. Opala said, my nan used to love wrestling and was with me when I was talking with you guys in the community. It was her funeral yesterday and she loved listening to you, Daze. Thought you was funny. Oh, Opala, I'm so sorry to hear that. I didn't hear that you'd lost your nan. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it was a good service. Nothing but love and respect to your nan. It's always hard when you lose anyone in the family, but you know, certainly when it's people that you're like really close with as well. So yeah, sorry, I didn't know that news. So thoughts with you, thoughts with her, and I hope it was a good send off, buds. Okay, we are at commercial break. Serene says, just watch Sami go into partner with Drew as a tag team. He's probably going to interfere in Cody Drew. When was the last time Motor City was on TV, said Kader. It's probably not been that long if you include like a main event or something like that. But I can have a quick look on Cage Match because I'm quite interested. Because I really don't feel like I've seen him in ages. Motor City Machine Guns. Motor City Machine Guns. They last competed. Yeah, they were on main event at the end of August, but no one watches that. They were in AAA on the 17th of... Sorry. They were on main event at the end of January, but no one watches that. They were in AAA in January. No one really watches that. Last time they were on SmackDown, or TV... was the 21st of November. And actually, do you know, since then, they've had 3 matches. That's it. Since the 21st of November, they have competed in AAA once, main event once, and they did a dark match at the Royal Rumble. There was a dark match that went on before the Rumble, which was Shinsuke and Motor City against Grayson and the New Day. So that was a Royal Rumble dark match. And that's it. So really, November. And actually, if for some reason you missed that episode, you got to go back another month. Their match before that, last match before that was October. So yes, if it does feel like you haven't seen these guys, it's because you have not been seeing these guys. Tony said, I might not like Sami, but he makes the points. What's the point of the chamber if Cody is going to get a title shot? Well, that's, I mean, this to me is why it's so crazy that they're doing this. I don't understand. I mean, all you're going to do is you're going to have people saying, I agree with Sami. It's just mental to me. It's mental. I think it is severe incompetence. It's so easy to book a babyface. You book someone that the fans want to see succeed. I mean, you don't put them in situations where you doubt whether they deserve to be in this match or not. I mean, we could have got to this match, this title match tonight, a number of different ways. But the fact that Drew is running around going, he's not earned this. He's not won anything to deserve this match, right? I mean, think about it. We could have done a match last week where it was Jacob Cody, winner would face Drew. We could have booked a number 1 contenders match, right? We could have done something along those lines. But instead, we've just put Cody into this match where, you know, he's not actually won anything to deserve it. So Drew's running around saying that. Now you've got Sami running around saying that. And all that's going to happen is you're going to have fans, certain fans, that are going to go, yeah, there's a point there. I agree. I don't think he should. This is not how you book one of your top baby faces. And then they're mystified. They just can't fathom as to why Cody gets, like, mixed reactions. They're like, oh, why is everyone not on his side? Well, I don't know. Perhaps because you're absolute clowns at booking. Like, it is actually offensive how bad you are at booking. It hurts me how bad you are at booking. And this isn't me saying I'm better or anything. I'm not putting myself in this. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, what the flip are you doing? How can you be this incompetent? Just don't understand. Really don't understand. If you think as well that they have... this is not a long story. I mean, he wins the belt in early January. It's against Fraxium, this match, by the way. So Drew wins this belt in early January. And if reports are correct, the belief was he was always going to drop it back, probably at Mania, if not before. So this is not something that's been going for years and years and years. So when Drew won the belt, he says afterwards that there would be no, like, rematch or whatever. I mean, you could have had Nick Aldis at that point say, okay, but if you get involved in, like, Cody's business, then, you know, that is void. Yeah? And then you could have had Drew thinking about, shall I get involved? I don't like him. I don't want him winning the Rumble and stuff like this. It gets involved. And then, boom, look, you went back on your word. When Nick Aldis earlier said you went back on your word, that felt a little bit weak to me. Felt a little bit weak. I mean, I don't know when Drew said he wasn't going to be getting involved in, like, Cody's business. It doesn't really come to mind him saying that. I don't remember him necessarily agreeing to that. To be honest, I think WWE booked themselves into a corner and they had to try and find a way out. And so you end up with a pretty weak sort of exchange between Nick Aldis and Drew McIntyre. Where Nick Aldis was like, you went back on your word, so I went back on mine. So basically they're agreeing that they've gone back on their word. And it's like, oh, guys, it's so rubbish. It's so rubbish. So, yeah, it's deeply frustrating. It'll forever be frustrating. WWE Creative is frustrating. Through the ropes. Axiom goes through the ropes as well. But, I mean, it's one thing to expect, like, Drew to come out and say that. It's one thing to think, okay, let's try and deal with Drew making these comments, right? You don't then expect it to get brought back up again later in the show by Sami Zayn. It's a little bit like WWE going, you know, this really bad thing that we haven't really done very well. We haven't booked it very well. You know, that bad thing that we mentioned earlier. You did see that, didn't you? Because if not, we are just going to mention it again, right? We are going to go through it again. Only this time we're going to have Sami do it. And you're like, Jesus Christ. Jesus H. Christ. Jesus H. Christ. I mean, perhaps this is just a slow turn to Cody being a heel. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps the message here is Cody did not earn this. He did not deserve this. And we want you to start hating him. Perhaps that's what we're doing. Perhaps this. I mean, if you wanted to go down that road, this is how you would go about it. You know? Perhaps they actively do want you to start questioning whether Cody deserves to be champion. Crazy! In my book, if this is meant to be your white meat babyface, that you would want fans questioning whether this guy is worthy of being champion or has deserved this title shot, but... It has been... It's just crazy. It's crazy. Daze, are you okay with the Portland screw job taking place tonight? But Cody gets 100 title shots a year. Well, it's not a screw job, is it? What's the screw job? Cody gets 100 title shots a year, beats Roman, never gets the title back. Daze, it's wrong. But I'm sorry, Ronnie, but you and me are not going to agree, right? Cody Rhodes had all the support from the fans, right? There were certainly some people that were with The Rock, but that WrestleMania 40 moment, I think, let's see where we can agree. That moment at WrestleMania 40 is fantastic, right? We brought in all the legends. We brought in Undertaker. We had The Rock involved. We had Cena involved. We basically got the Avengers together, right? To go, this is the guy now. Yeah, Roman just had his run. That was the Bloodline run. Now it's time to move on to something different. And that different thing was Cody. Passing of the torch, next guy, all of that stuff, that is what WrestleMania 40 was, okay? We're only 2 years removed from that. And within those 2 years, we've had a whole 1 year of Cena doing his retirement and everything, right? And Cena having the belt and all this kind of stuff, okay? So we're 2 years removed, but that's not quite the full story because there was a lot of Cena focus. But bottom line is there was a lot of celebration for that WrestleMania 40 moment. It was a big, big moment. And I think there is a responsibility to capitalize on that. It's a little bit like Brock beating the streak and then you don't do anything with Brock. Like, that to me is stupid. You're just throwing the streak away. You're just throwing it away. I mean, beating the streak, ending the streak, that should count for something. And, you know, there's a big conversation to be had if Brock was the right person or not. But what we can say is that he bragged about ending the streak a lot after it. And he did go on to main event WrestleManias after it. And he was a big star and he was a big focus. And Heyman spoke about how Brock had beaten the streak. So I would argue we did use it. I would say Brock ended the streak and we did capitalize on it, right? I feel the exact same way about WrestleMania 40. Big, big moment. Amazing moment where you got Undertaker, you got like all these people involved. We have to capitalize on that. Now, the creative that follows was underwhelming. I don't blame Cody for that. I blame creative for that. Same creative that brought us all the other rubbish, right? So I blame creative for that. Then, of course, we have like the whole Cena thing in 2025. I'm waiting for that run for Cody, right? That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for him to have the run that capitalizes on that WrestleMania 40 moment. And it can be done. Honestly, the incompetence of the booking is, I'm not even saying it, it's not, a 5-year-old could see how badly booked this is. It is genuinely stunning how bad the creative and the booking has been for Cody. It is incredible. So if the end result of that is your reaction is I'm done with Cody, I can understand it. Yeah. The creative has been so bad, I can understand people being like, I'm done with Cody. He gets all these chances. He's the golden boy. He's protected. All this kind of stuff. I can understand, right? But I blame creative for it. I don't blame Cody for it. What I want is Cody to get that belt and have that run. So, yes, I do want him to get the belt back tonight. I hope he, you know, ideally keeps that belt for a while. I think there's a chance that Randy leaves WrestleMania as champion. But I would like a Cody-Randy story all throughout the summer. I want us to capitalize on that big moment at WrestleMania 40, just like we did in regards to Las Garza. No. This is the tag turmoil match, by the way. Yeah, I want us to capitalize on 40, just like we did with the Undertaker streak. Okay. Fraxium down, Las Garza. So this is why we had Motor City on the flipping show. It's because they're part of this tag turmoil match. We are halfway through the show, 26 minutes into the second hour. 1, 2, kick out by Nathan Frazier. Right now we got Angel going to the outsides. Looking for a big superplex. Gets it. He's got him up. Bang, kick. Down goes Angel Garza. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Drop kick there by Berto. Berto goes over and he grabs Frazier. Frazier goes up. Berto goes to the outsides. Daze, can you imagine if Sami costs Cody tonight and that sets up a fatal 5-way at WrestleMania? Well, I mean, that would be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? Oof. Nathan gets pushed to the outsides. Axiom gets smashed down. Face first. Los Garza. Bang. Planting down Fraxium. 1, 2. Berto gets it. Axiom eliminated. Okay. Wyatts are out next. So the Wyatts are out next. I don't know how many teams are in this. Okay, here's the Wyatts. They're coming down. They're going to be taking on Los Garza. Beast Mode said, let's go. It's the Wyatt Jobbers. 5 teams said Radiates on me. Right. Thank you, buds. So how many have we had then? We've had Motor City and Fraxium. Then we brought out Los Garza. Now we're bringing out the Wyatts. So there's one more after this. Okay, we just had the Wyatt's entrance and that's taken us to commercial break. Taylor said, do we think Cody or Drew is going to win? Well, the reports are that it's going to be Cody. Obviously, we've seen reports be incorrect all throughout WrestleMania season. I mean, reports were that it was going to be Tiffany winning the chamber. Cody was going to win the chamber. And we've ended up going this way instead. So, you know, reports, rumors, dirt sheets certainly do not operate with 100% accuracy. So, yeah, I'm expecting it to be Cody tonight, but could Jacob get involved? Could Sami get involved? Could Randy get involved? Could Drew retain? Could we end up with a big mess at WrestleMania? Is it going to be what's reported, which is Randy Cody? Those reports came out earlier in the week that that was the plan as of early February. But again, you know, now that they've leaked out to WWE, go, well, let's change that again. I don't know. I don't think it's... I don't think you can go in tonight with 100% confidence. But I would say Cody is the favourite tonight. Okay, we are underway with this match. Whilst we're at commercial break, I'm going to end the poll for the Charlexa match. Charlexa versus Julia and Kiana. Instead of doing a Fatal 5-way match, let's do a Fatal 5-way. Instead of doing a Fatal 4-way, let's do a Fatal 5-way, says Connor. Okay, Gacy in there, throwing in a shot. Yeah, that women's tag match only got a good rating as well. Good 93. One count. Daze, Truth and Priest are the last. Yes, TJF, thank you. That's right. I forgot that. We saw them earlier, didn't we? Okay, Loomis is in there with Berto. We are exactly, well, just a minute past the halfway point. We know these shows are 3 hours. I'm sure that main event is going to get plenty of time. But right now we got Loomis in there with Berto. Taylor said, I think Cody will win and then turn heel. TJF, shout out to you. Mayor Pete said they're just feeding so much to the dirt sheets right now. Kick coming in there by Gacy. Snooch Lala said today's show has been quite slow. Yeah, it's not. This is not anywhere near the heights of Raw. Open was okay. It was a bit inconsequential, but it was okay. But I don't think the two matches we've had since have delivered. You lot said the Carmelo match was good 91. The women's tag match, good 93. I'm not even sure if this tag turmoil match is going to really have grabbed your attention. Here we go. We're coming back from commercial break. Tag being made. Middle of the ring. Loomis. The rope is pulled open and Loomis spills to the outside. Wyatt 6 character's aura needs to be protected, but WWE has just dropped the ball on them, said John. John, add it to the list. There is a list, and it's not even Jericho's list. It's things creative have botched. Kick coming in there by Berto. Drop kick as Loomis goes down. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, right now we got a single leg Boston Crab by Berto. Okay, Loomis is trying to crawl his way over to the corner. Kick coming in there by Loomis. Berto goes down. Loomis trying to reach over. Berto goes over, takes down Gacy. Kick coming in there to Loomis. Daze, if Cody does win, Randy can say the same line that CM Punk said to Roman, said Boa. Oh, about his dad. I think that's been ticked off, hasn't it? I think that line has been used now. I don't think it would carry the same effect if it was said again. It would just feel a bit like he was just copying CM Punk. Plus, I gotta say, it was a controversial line. I had some people contact me saying that they really didn't appreciate it. So, I don't know. I said it the other day and can't remember one of the videos. We said it in a stream as well. I don't know that Roman should go down to that level. A lot of people talking about how he should comment on Larry, but I don't think we need a race to the bottom. Berto coming in, shot there by Gacy. Garza trying to get in, these two battling away. It's been a good draw this for Damien and R-Truth, hasn't it? Against the ropes goes Berto, big boots, another big boot as well. Big clothesline. Right now, we've got Gacy. He's got Berto. He's looking to try and pick him up. Bang. Berto planted down. Gacy going for the cover to kick out. Shoulder up. Tag being made. In comes Loomis. Loomis is in there with Berto. Super kick there by Gacy. Kick coming in by Loomis. Right now, we got some outside interference. It's the MFTs. MFTs getting involved. So they're trying to make sure. 1, 2, handful of tights. Wyatt 6 have been eliminated. And it is thanks to the MFTs. So there we go. Gacy launched himself to the outsides. So it's going to come down to R-Truth and Damien against Los Garza. This brawl. Here's Damien. Here's R-Truth. Big smile on the face of R-Truth. I don't know what this... what's this team name supposed to be? Anyone got a good team name? What would you call this team? The Arrows of Truth. What if Randy costs Cody and then that's the story? Cody fights Randy for his Mania spot to face Drew and that's how they all win, says the one. Don't think the fans would be thrilled at Cody getting to Mania at the expense of Randy, but I would not put it past this creative team. Bang. This creative team, honestly, they are the kind of team that would be like, right, how about we open up the show by having Randy talk about how he's not really main evented much and how special WrestleMania is and how he doesn't have long left and make it seem like a big deal that he's going to be going to Mania. And then what we'll do, right, is the next week we'll have Randy against Cody, winner goes to Mania. That is a perfect example of how they've booked Cody Rhodes, putting him in absolutely horrific situations where the fans are forced into a position where most of them are going to have to make a horrible choice. Just like when it was him and John Cena. And the day before SummerSlam, we turned Cena back to being a face. Who are you rooting for now, kids? This absolute goat, John Cena, who now has gone back to being a face, or Cody, who you gonna root for? So, do you know what? You might have nailed it. You might have absolutely nailed it. Big boot to the side of the heads. The punishing truth, says Tony. The bald truth, says Ronnie. He's full bald now. Wepper, damn truth, punishing truth. We've got a few people enjoying punishing truth. Iron Sentinel said the priestlings. The priestlings. Bang, over in the corner. R-Truth. The punishing truth, I think, can definitely see something to that. I'm going to write that, actually. The punishing truth. Although Priestlings was very close to making it. So right now then, we've got Angel. He's got a chin lock applied to R-Truth. Crowd are obviously behind R-Truth. They flipping love him. R-Truth chants. I don't believe we've seen Danhausen today. You can't see me, says Angel. You can't see me. Okay, R-Truth fighting back. That gets a great reaction from the fans. Damien reaching out. R-Truth makes the tag. Damien's in. Damien with a big right hand and again. Damien, kick coming in and again. You've got to have R-Truth thinking that he's back in Judgment Day, haven't you? You've got to have him say, I'm so great to be back in Judgment Day with you. Another back elbow there by Damien. Down goes Berto. Picks up Garza. Drives him down face first. Jennifer said, Truth just pulled out some of the old K-Quick moves. Jennifer, hope you're doing well. Here we go. Against the ropes. Restaurant said, I think people overreacted about Punk mentioning Roman's dads. Deceased family members get mentioned all the time. It's not that serious, said Restaurants. Bang! Into the commentary table. Goes Angel. Berto through the ropes. Tries to land on Damien. Berto again. Comes crashing into Damien. Damien gets thrown back in the ring. Berto gets caught there by Damien. Picked up, lands on the feet. Damien looking for a big shot off the ropes. Lovely kick there by Berto. That was nice. Yep, going up, Berto. One, two. Shoulder up there by Damien. Carmelo said, open challenge for a reason. It's always a challenge. 7 defenses, 6 first-time ever matches. Shout out to Wagner Jr. So Carmelo just commenting on the match. Not a greatly received match, to be honest, but... Okay, in comes R-Truth. R-Truth tagged in and the fans are into that. Down goes Berto. We're looking for a 5-knuckle shuffle. 5-knuckle shuffle from R-Truth and the fans are loving it. You can't see me. R-Truth connects. The 5-knuckle shuffle lives on. On the feet. Nice. Takes down Berto. The AA is in and the fans are cheering away. Ah. Crowd are really into this bit, you know. Boos. They've tapped into the love of R-Truth and it's working. Okay, Angel comes over. Kick coming in. Okay, right now we got Damien and we got R-Truth standing over Los Garza. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." The fans are having a lot of fun here. I was a bit worried about this match throughout the majority of it. It was just sort of there, but this final part of it has been really well received, and it is a win for the Punishing Truth. The Priestlings have got the job done. Let's get a score of the whole Tag Turmoil match, shall we? Truth is so beloved, said Wrestle-Rants. Do you know what? It's probably not a bad pairing for Damien. I know it moves him into the tag division, and there might be some people not looking for that, but him being around R-Truth and kind of capitalizing on the affection that fans have for R-Truth. You know, he can make a few saves. R-Truth can be in trouble. Damien can make a few saves. That'll get some appreciation for Damien. It's probably not a bad idea. Okay, Drew backstage, getting ready. Oh, coming up next. This is gonna be spicy. This is gonna be really spicy. Rhea, Jade's face to face. Now, everyone is going to be reading into this because we know that the social media exchanges were very spicy. I think there will have been a big effort to make sure this segment does not go off the tracks. Put yourself in Triple H's shoes. Put yourself in Talent Relations shoes. You know, both women are going to have been there at lunchtime. There just can't be a world where you don't grab them both and sit them down and have a conversation about, listen, this is what we want to do. This is what we want to achieve. Can we achieve it? You know, is there anything that needs to be said right now in this room? Can we just get it out in the open and just do whatever needs to be done so that we can leave this room in a very positive place, that we can constructively tell the story that we want to tell? Like, you want to make sure this thing does not come off the tracks. I'd make it very clear as well that if it did, you know, I'll make sure neither of you are going to feature at WrestleMania. You know, you work for WWE, you're being paid a lot of money. I expect a level of professionalism that comes with that. And if you can't deliver that level of professionalism, I'll find someone that can. So, you know, you make it very clear that, well, you know, it's your careers. So, however you do it, whatever the conversation, I've got to think something's been said. I will be very, very surprised if this genuinely comes off the tracks. I do think you're going to want to make sure that there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors in there, though. If you're WWE, you sort of want to make it seem like a couple of lines maybe have just been said that weren't meant to be said. Because that's the money, isn't it? The money is going to be in people not quite knowing, was that a shoot? You know, when Jade said that thing, was that a shoot? Do you reckon she did actually shoot that comment? When Rhea responded with this, do you reckon that was a shoot? That, to me, is where the intrigue for this segment's going to be, and you're definitely going to want to have some of that in there. But I think they will have been spoken to. I think everything you're about to see is a work. I think this segment is going to have been planned. Whatever you get now, I'm expecting a level of professionalism from these two. So let's see. That's what we're looking for. It's going to be a big segment. It's going to have a lot of attention, this segment. People are talking about it, but they're hardly going to say much, says Excellence of Execution. You think it's just going to be a big brawl? Could do. Could be that they just say a few words and then one of them just pops the other one and off we go. Bum, bum, bum. It's a good segment, though. It's going to be a very interesting segment. Behind the scenes with Jade and Rhea, it's not real. It's work, says Shibam Imaging. Penny for your thoughts said, if Jade says more than 10 words, I'll be surprised. Restaurant said, for me personally, I don't believe the social media back and forth. I think it's just a build to the match. Well, to each their own. I personally believe it. I believe a line was crossed. I don't believe that what we saw was a work. The dirt sheets have seemed to be implying that it was a shoot as well. Kind of back and forth is fine, but that bit that went too far, it's just that one line that I think was the issue. And that was about creative. That was about creative. Going run into creative. And, you know, Rhea's counterpoint to that was very interesting. She was like, don't bring my actual person into question, if, you know, because you're breaking the fourth wall. You know, you're sort of making out that I go run into creative to get favorable positions. If people want to believe that's all the work, that's fine. It could be. I think it was a shoot though. Okay, here's Randy. Here's Sami. Can I ask you something? Oh my God, he's still going on. Okay. This is a very interesting segment. I think Sami is really struggling with his morals, isn't he? He's questioned Cody earlier. Now he's questioning Randy. Maybe try listening to the voices. So Sami questioned Cody earlier, and I must admit I didn't like that segment. Here's Alistair. Okay, so Alistair and Zelina have been around Randy. That felt like a better segment to me. That felt like a better segment because there isn't really too much to question of Randy. I mean, he dropped Cody and capitalized on an opportunity. I think most fans would agree that's fine. Just like when Cody did it to Sami. It's fine. You know, it didn't make Cody look like a heel. It's just, we're trying to win a match. There's an opportunity to win it. I'm going to take it. You know, this isn't all flowers and lollipops and rainbows. So Cody did it to Sami. Randy did it to Cody. I think everyone understands it's part of the game. But for some reason, Sami is struggling to understand that that is part of the game. his morals and his, I don't know, it's all over the shop, isn't it, for him at the moment? Okay, Rhea is making her way down. I feel like this episode has not been the strongest of episodes, but I do feel like there's a fair few bits for people to talk about coming out of it. Okay, Rhea has made her way down. Obviously, we're just waiting for Jade. Daze, if I put myself in Triple H's shoes and I see a disaster show in the monitors about now, oh, do you think this show's been a disaster? Here's Rhea. Well, let's see, shall we? We're only 7 minutes from the final hour. Seeing as you've got a lot you want to say to me, how about you come out here and say it to my face? So Rhea is calling out Jade. Okay, Jade making her way down. Jade repeating the same stuff she says every week, says Mark. Do we think Sami will turn, says Reyes Cerna. I think he is very much struggling with his morals. You know, he, I think, believes in doing everything the right way, or this version of him does. I mean, he hasn't always felt that way. But this version of him does. And, yeah, I mean, look, he's questioned two good friends, Cody and Randy. I think the Cody one frustrates me because I think there is actually something there worth questioning. I think there is some validity to the argument of, like, why does Cody get a match that he didn't actually earn? He just got given, right? Again, I have to repeat myself. I blame creative for that, whereas others blame Cody. I mean, I don't know how you can blame Cody for that, but people blame Cody for that. So I think there is something there. So Sami questioning it, you're like, what are you doing? I don't think him questioning Randy is the same. I think most fans would agree Randy was not wrong to capitalize on Cody. Jade puts her hand out. So yeah, he's struggling. He could be turning heel. There's a handshake between Rhea and Jade. I respect you, says Jade.
I respect all your accomplishments. I respect how these people love you.
Okay. This is going to be a fascinating exchange.
You earned your way to see me in a title shot at WrestleMania.
Okay.
And as someone who worked hard in the gym, I respect how hard you work to build a body. I do. I respect it. I respect it.
Okay. I feel like there's a but coming.
But I'm not impressed.
There it is. But I'm not impressed.
I mean, sure, your arms are big,
Okay.
but mine are big.
Your arms, are they? I don't think they are.
Your legs, yeah, they're muscular, powerful even, but mine are more powerful. Hell, I'm more powerful.
Jade claims that she's more powerful than Rhea.
Worthy for the WWE Women's Champion. And come WrestleMania, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I don't think anyone's buying that. I gotta say, the delivery of that by Jade was not bad, actually. Not bad at all. She drops the microphone. There's not really anything in there that's spicy. It's pretty standard stuff. Rhea wants to shake hands again. Jade probably wants to be careful. Oh. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. All right. You impress me physically. Are they going to go on a date? No, I don't think they are, Rhea. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. Maybe your hand is bigger than mine. What's that a reference to? Do you think I'm going to go down and stay down? No. If you hit me, I ain't staying down. If I hit you, there's no way I'm not getting back up. Your body is built for show. What, Big Show? He'll love that. Mine is built for fighting. You can flex all you want. Okay, Rhea's going to drop the microphone, and she does. I don't know if this is going to explode into a brawl. I think Rhea just steps away, and she is. So, Creative have gone with a angle of both women being big, strong. Jade says, I'm a bit bigger. I'm more powerful. Rhea said, that could be true. But your body is built for show. Mine is built for fighting. You can drop me and I'll get back up. But if I drop you, I promise you, you will not be getting back up. And that seems to be the angle that they want to go with for this. It was fine. There was no shocking moments, no kill shots. It was fine. Okay, we got Motor City there backstage. We get to see them a second time. All right, Motor City are a bit off with each other because of that. He tried to break up the pin and it didn't quite go to plan. Okay, here's Johnny. He's getting up. Okay. Johnny's going out to the ring. Okay. Do we think that Sami is going to join forces with Alistair and Zelina? I don't think so. I mean, they could be in some sort of tag match if he does turn heel, but I can't see that being like a tag team or anything. Okay, Fire said they had an opportunity to do something big. They literally put out the fire. That segment was more than underwhelming. Everything we just saw was clearly scripted, was clearly fine. I was even looking for that potential, oh, did she mean to say that? Do you reckon that was planned? That's what I was expecting, and we said that before the segment. Wasn't really anything like that. The only thing I wondered was about the hand being big, because she said your shoulders are bigger, your legs might be bigger, your arms might be bigger, even your hand might be bigger. And I was like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like you're getting handouts or something? Like, I don't know, what does that mean? I think she just meant if you're going to punch me, your fist might be bigger than mine. I think that was what she meant. I mean, there was nothing, I agree with you, there was nothing there that was spicy. This is why the online thing felt like it was legit to me, because that was spicy. And then, you know, you get to the TV show and it's all really PG Funhouse hour, you know? I mean, you can see what they were thinking in the creative room. They were thinking, right, what's the angle? Yeah? What's the situation between these two? Well, they're both big, they're both strong, they're both powerful. They both love working out in the gym. They're both very impressive physically. So we need to go with that. It needs to be a battle of who's more powerful. That's the story of this match. So I don't hate the promo because I think we've dug into that. But to not have any sort of little spice in there, to just ignore the social media exchange, which got a lot of attention, and to just deliver a very safe, worked promo, you kind of go, yeah, I agree. That seems like a bit of a missed opportunity. They were definitely protecting Rhea's feelings, said Humpty. Robbie said they clearly wanted to avoid a Charlotte Tiffany situation. They made sure it didn't happen again. They both seemed like they just didn't want to be there. Red Santiago said, I think the hand thing was sexual. I think the whole thing was sexual. I wanted fireworks from that Rhea Jade promo, and all we got was a Catherine wheel. Daze, let's be real. If we forget the fourth wall, if she does go to creative and do that, it's crazy. WWE clicks are whack. If she does go to create, if Rhea does go to creative? Well, no, I disagree. I mean, I think wrestlers should go to creative because you're fighting for everything you can get. I mean, creative don't have to do what they are being told by the wrestlers. They respond to Triple H, you know? They're a creative team that come up with stories and then present them to Triple H. They're around backstage as well. I mean, the writers are there. It's not like the writers are just sat at their head offices. We've seen quite a few occasions where the creative team are around Gorilla, they're backstage. I mean, you never know when something needs rewriting, you know? So you have to have a presence there. So I don't mind Rhea going up to creative saying, listen, I got this idea, that idea. We criticize wrestlers for not, you know, taking responsibility for their own careers, not coming up with ideas like, hey, we could do this. What about this? What about that? You know, I can't be down on a wrestler doing that. I can't be down on a wrestler doing that at all. I mean, when Cody was Stardust, I would imagine he went to creative a lot, trying to make that better, make that work, make that more interesting. So if Rhea's doing that, I'm not down on it. Okay, we've got Bo. I won't rest until it is returned to me. Okay. So basically, I don't appreciate what you've done and what you are continuing to do. Okay. I'm one of the best professional wrestlers, and I'm tired of pretending that I'm not. Okay. I need to be Johnny Wrestling again. And it starts tonight. Okay, we're doing an open challenge. We're doing a Johnny open challenge. Are we going to bring out Ober? I think the fans are thinking it's going to be Ober. Yeah. Could be Danhausen. No, it is Ober. It is Ober. Oh, dear. Who done? I mean, this guy. This guy. Look at him. Drink him in. He is so special. We can all do the little walk. Oh, but it's kind of crazy. Do you not think that some of the most over people in WWE right now are brand new and they came from NXT? Trick and Ober. Might be because they haven't got that flipping main roster creative stank on them yet, you know? We haven't had a chance to ruin them yet. Ober has made his way down to the ring. Wade says, Johnny, comatose again whilst you still can. There's time, Johnny. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, Johnny, I'd like to see Johnny put in some sort of effort here. I'd like to see Johnny. I mean, Johnny genuinely should cause Ober some problems. Well, I don't think he's going to, but... Okay, he's landed on his feet. I mean, Johnny is one of the best to ever come out of NXT. Big shot coming in there by Ober. Johnny in the corner. Man United Hard, shout out to you, my friends. Says 49 months. Is it going to be Lesnar Ober at Mania? Well, it could be. Could be. We're thinking it's Lesnar Gunther at SummerSlam. Lesnar LA Knight is the rumor for WrestleMania. But it could be Ober. Johnny gets thrown. He's been absolutely smashed. This has been horrific. Johnny is just being fed. 2, 3. Mate, that beating was so bad. I wouldn't be shocked if Candice left him. That beating was so bad. She might be having second thoughts about her marriage. Oof. Ober destroys Johnny. We won't bother rating it. Wade says, unintentionally, Johnny is now back in a comatose state. It is sad Johnny again. Perhaps wrestling just isn't for him. Here's Jade's. Oh. It's the kendo stick of Michin. Just attack her. Okay, well, Jade is going to give Michin a title shot or a match or something next week. Why did she do that? Why did the heel just give the babyface a match? I'll see you next week. Johnny is absolutely getting smashed, says Connor. He did. Is this Gargano's last match in WWE, says Bobster? Well, I hope not, because I really like him. He's brilliant in NXT. I was quite excited when he was like, I need to bring Johnny wrestling back. I was like, yeah, let's go. I agree. And then, well, bad things happened. Okay. Looks like we've got a 2K advert. Not seen this before. Randy, CM Punk. There we go. I've not seen that before, but a new advert for 2K. And we are at commercial break. I genuinely don't know where people's thoughts are going to be on this show so far. I can tell you that we've had 3 matches, excluding that squash. You lot have said good 91, good 93, good 93. People didn't seem to be crazy about the Rhea Jade segment. I don't know how people are going to feel about Johnny getting murked. The Sami stuff this week has frustrated me, but the interaction with Randy I thought was pretty good. The open was fine, but don't know, man. I think this main event's having to do a bit of heavy lifting. And to be honest, we know there's a lot of people that want Drew to win. If Drew doesn't win, this could get a horrific score from social media. I don't know what people are going to necessarily be praising from this show. So it feels like we've not kept up that momentum from Raw on Monday. Right, we've got about 45 minutes left to go. About 45 minutes left to go. Matt said, I joined during that tag match and it seems all right so far. Rib said, only mad people want Drew to win. Well, he does have I mean, listen. He's got a big following on X. If we was to do a poll on X, I don't know what the score would come out as to, who do you want to win? In fact, I could put that up now and just get a read of that. Who do you want to leave as champion? That's actually going to be quite interesting. I want to put that up on X because I'm kind of hoping that non-community members will answer as well. And we can just get an idea as to what X is feeling. Okay, you can vote on X that. I've just put that poll up and we'll kind of see what comes back. Hopefully it gets a good number of votes and we'll just get a good snapshot as to what people on X are saying. Liam said, I think that they might have Sami cost Cody in this match, and they could have Drew retain. That then leads to a triple threat of Drew, Cody, Randy. What would Sami do, though, Liam? Tribalist said the Wyatt tribute show was good for 5 minutes. The supernatural stuff was only good in the 90s. It's time to move on and let Bo be Bo. Penny for Your Thoughts said Brock or Fatu is about the only two that would even be interesting against Ober. Maybe Roman. He's just too big. It's hard to believe that anyone can actually beat him, says Penny for Your Thoughts. Mayor Pete said people are going to be mad regardless of who wins. There could be some truth to that, actually, Mayor Pete. I think what we can agree on is that whichever way this main event goes, you are going to have, people upset. You'll have people pleased, but you're also going to have people upset. Okay, here is Nick Aldis. He's backstage. He's looking around. There's Danhausen! Here's Danhausen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, Danhausen is like following him behind. Here's the Miz. He's going to introduce Danhausen to the Miz. Oh, this is good. Danhausen in the background. Wow. Here we go. Okay, if you don't mentor, then you'll be... Oh, Danhausen has gone. Well, there we go. Danhausen and The Miz. That could be a fun pairing, to be honest. Miz wanting nothing to do with him. It'd be pretty fun. Miz is already cursed at the ribs. That's true. Okay, Jelly Roll is going to be on the show next week. Jelly Roll on the show. I do have respect for the fact that he was... willing to lose at SummerSlam. I wonder if next week is going to be the start of him sort of building towards another match. I mean, it is WrestleMania season. Okay, video package. Look at this image. Look at this image right here. Look at Danhausen. There we go. Danhausen in the background as Nick Aldis says to The Miz, you know, what a career you've had. I'm so impressed with your mentoring skills. Obviously, The Miz has been mentoring Carmelo in recent times. That went a bit sour. Danhausen next. Yeah, it was good pop for Danhausen as well. That is true. Okay. Video package for our main event. Jelly Roll was at a TNA along with Lillian last night, said Spawny Boy. Stunner said, let Drew retain, make it a fatal four-way. He deserves to walk in as champion. Cody had his chance 2 times and title reigns have been mids. Cody is better at chasing, said Stunner. Word Live Cena fan said, Daze, if the main event match stays as Cody-Randy at Mania, Randy should win 15, with everyone hating on Cody. Therefore, having a short third reign is okay. Oh, no, it says that it's got a full. There we go. Yeah, everything just cut off momentarily. Like, both, all my Wi-Fi's just seem to have issues. It's been a little bit laggy tonight, actually. We do tend to be okay with internet, but tonight has been a bit of a bad night for it all. But you're not missing anything. It's just been the video package, that's all. As we work our way towards that main event. Daze, my brother lives in Connecticut. His work has got meetings in Vegas on the 13th to the 20th. His work has gifted him tickets to the Sphere for Metallica. Oh my God. Wow. And tickets to WrestleMania 42 set. That is absolutely incredible. Metallica at the Sphere would be amazing. But, yeah, I mean, tickets to go to Mania as well. Equally amazing. That's one hell of a company that your brother works for. Football Talk said, Daze, in my opinion, I'd rather see Cody win. I want Cody Orton more than Drew Orton. Yeah, I agree with that. Daze, we need Danhausen emoji. A Danhausen emoji. That could be pretty fun, TJF. Yeah, that could be pretty fun. If Cody wins tonight and then loses at Mania, are we saying that Cody is just going to be a transitional champion? Is that not an insult to the top star, says Stone? Well, I wouldn't say it's so much a transitional champion. I think they could have had Cody just keep the belt all the way up to Mania, but there were reasons as to why they wanted him to drop the belt. The belief was it would make the road to WrestleMania a bit more exciting and unpredictable. And I would say that it achieved that. And they wanted to use Cody in the Rumble. They wanted to use him in Elimination Chamber. But I personally don't hate Randy leaving Mania. I think Randy winning 15 would be well received. I think I would like him to be a heel. I've always enjoyed Randy's work as a heel. I think he's an excellent heel. So Randy as a heel, we've seen many, many times, and it's good. As we said, one of the most viewed segments in WWE history is him kissing Stephanie whilst Triple H is handcuffed to the ropes. And we all remember his feuds with John Cena, and we all remember his kind of interactions with Bray. So I think heel Randy is great. So I would not mind him leaving, getting 15. I mean, John left Mania last year achieving 17. Randy leaving this year with 15. Don't hate. That way, Cody can chase the title over the summer. Can have like a real good Cody-Randy feud. So I wouldn't be so focused on, oh, what, you're going to put the belt on him and then take it off him at Mania. That just makes him a transitional champion. I wouldn't really be focused on that. I'd be more focused on, what's the right way forwards. And I don't mind Randy leaving, getting 15 at Mania. I don't mind Cody chasing after it over the summer. I don't mind those things. I mean, I do think Drew deserves, to have a proper run. I do think that Drew deserves that title run that he never got during the pandemic kind of era. This was not it. What this did allow, though, is him to go into Glasgow as champion. I think it was the very next appearance after that SmackDown that there was a live event in Scotland. And so Drew got to go into that show, which unfortunately was just a house show, a live event show. Would have been very, very special if it was something more. But he got to go into the Hydro in Glasgow as WWE champion. So, I mean, I would say that, it's not that nothing was achieved. He got that moment, which is going to, might be his favourite moment of his career. He got that moment, very special moment. But we did what we did to make the road more interesting. I don't mind if Drew retains tonight, and then we get to Mania and then Randy wins it. But, I don't mind that. But I think Drew deserves his title run that he never quite had during the pandemic. And I think Cody deserves his run that should have been the one that followed WrestleMania 40. So, let's see what they've got planned for tonight. Cody is coming out first. Commercial break is over. And we've only had 100 votes. I've got to say it's a bit closer than I thought, actually, on X. So it's a bit closer than I thought. As of right now, Drew, 56. Cody, 43. I'm going to keep that going a little bit longer. That's quite interesting feedback, to be honest with you. I thought it would be like 70-30, Drew. Maybe even 80-20. 56-43 is closer than I was expecting. Cody making his way down to the ring. Wow. Wow. Okay. Can I just show you something? It's got nothing to do with what's going on, yeah? Look at this, though. I think you'll find this interesting. So, Slamex said, here's a reason why I hate Sportskeeda, right? So, Slamex keeps putting out, and obviously we love Slamex, love their work. I follow them. I use their tweets in the breakdown videos, but I always, you know, I don't steal it. I don't like try and pass it off as my own work. You know, we mention Slamex, good people. So you can see that they keep putting out these tweets, and then the exact same image keeps being used moments later by Sportskeeda. So here, look, there is an image, and then bang, there's Sportskeeda. There's an image, bang, there's Sportskeeda. There's an image, bang, there's Sportskeeda. So seemingly Sportskeeda just take these images, these screenshots from Slamex, right? And so Slamex is like, I'm doing all the work, I'm getting the screenshots, I'm putting tweets out, and then moments later, Sportskeeda, who are a bigger, you know, platform, come along and take that. Well, the reason I'm telling you that is because Slamex today, an hour ago, said, got him! Sportskeeda stole that from Slamex, but Slamex put a hidden message in it, just up there in the corner, just below where it says live. They actually wrote Sportskeeda sucks. They wrote Sportskeeda sucks. Sportskeeda didn't notice. It's right there in the corner. And they stole that image from Slamex and posted it out on their own account. They're basically just like taking the images, taking the talking points from the Slamex channel, and then just like posting it out on their own channel. Rather than sitting there and actually doing the work themselves, they're just taking it from Slamex and just putting out like the same posts, taking the exact same screenshots. How flipping lazy. Look at that. But he hid that Sportskeeda sucks message in the top corner. That's clever, isn't it? That's good. That is good. Got him! I've seen Sean Ross Sapp going off on Sportskeeda as well, actually, because apparently there's people on Facebook that keep putting like crazy statements like, oh my God, Jimmy Uso in hospital. And then they'll put a link to Sportskeeda. When you click on that link, the story's got nothing to do with Jimmy and he's not in hospital. It's just a link to Sportskeeda. And apparently Sportskeeda will give people money. They will pay them like a few pence if you can drive traffic to their website. So you've just got people on Facebook making up stuff and then adding a link. And when you click on it, it doesn't take you to a story that's connected. So as a result, it's just fueling all this fake news. So there's a few issues with Sportskeeda. That's a real interesting one, though. That is a real interesting one. I'm going to pop that in unseen. Okay, Drew making his way down. Drew making his way down to the ring. It's going to be Cody, Drew. We have got 27 minutes to go. Championship on the line. Main events. And genuine, I do think this is having to do some heavy lifting tonight. Drew holding up that WWE Championship. How is this going to play? Drew will lose it tonight and it will set up Cody-Randy, said Rivy. Okay. I might cancel Netflix. WWE is a bit poor and dull, says Colin. It was good on Monday, but honestly, it was good on Monday. I think Elimination Chamber was pretty fun as well. Defcon said, Sports Keeda, news, rumour, Daze seen with Linda McMahon. Let's go. Well, if I am out with Linda McMahon, they will have stole the picture from Slam X. Okay, Cody getting a good reaction. Here's Drew. What's he say? He just said something to Cody there. Drew doesn't want to give that belt to the ref. He gives it a kiss. Okay. We're going to commercial break. L. Baker says, never mind your chair, you need new headphones. Yeah, I noticed they've been getting a bit damaged, haven't they? I mean, to be honest, I've used them a lot. I mean, they've just got absolutely wore out. The sound quality of these are quite good. So, yeah. I mean, look at that on the inside of the band. Look. I would still say these are in a better condition than my chair, but yeah. There is actually an Amazon sale coming up, you know, in a few days, the spring sale. So my chair situation is that I went to look at it last week and it had gone back up again. They keep marking it down for like 2 days. I don't know why. And then it goes back up again. I went on, I've got Honey loaded on my computer, and you can actually see the history of the price. It keeps doing this. It keeps like going down and then immediately coming back up again. And then goes back, and then it'll go down and go back up again. So it seems like they do mark it down every month or so, but only for a couple of days. It goes from being like 1,200 down to like 850. Just like, what are you doing that for? So I got to wait for that. I'm wondering if it's going to be in a few days, because there is a spring sale coming up. Maybe I do need to look at some headphones as well. It's a shame though. These have been really good headphones. Good quality. Right. Wrestle Andy said Daze tonight could be the last time that we have a Scottish WWE champion. Oh, I'm sure there'll be more. Scotland is, you know, producing fantastic talent. I mean, you know, you got Joe Hendry around, obviously Nikki Cross, Piper Niven, Noam Dar. I mean, there's a lot of Scottish talent that finds its way to WWE. So, you know, I'm sure there'll be more. I'm sure Drew will get it back again, you know. Even if he loses tonight, I still believe that he should have that run. That's, you know, a proper run with it where he goes to PLEs and defends it and keeps it for a while. So even if he loses it tonight, I'm sure he'll find his way getting back up there. He's still one of WWE's biggest stars. But, yeah, he'll, whatever happens, go down as the first British WWE champion. I like Turtle Beach pros, says Blake. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I know Turtle Beach. They're good for gaming, aren't they? I mean, to be honest, these are like sound engineer type headphones. They're just balanced and, you know, they're not like noise cancelling or anything like that. I don't need any of that. Just good audio sound. But these have been really good. Bum, bum. Kendall said, I'd love to see a video of the new chair and headphones, says Kendall. Well, yeah, we'll have a look. I don't like to keep going on about it. I just like to mention it so that people know their donations do go back into the channel. I think that's a good thing for people to know. So it's going to be a big purchase when I do get that chair. But it's a lot of money. You know, it's why it took so long. But now, I mean, why would I want to spend 1,200 when it keeps going down to 850? It's just it doesn't stay there. I don't know why. So, Kendall, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Whatever's about to go down is about to go down. We are underway with our main event. Drew immediately got out the ring and started walking away. Cody went out after him. And here we go. Main event of the evening. WWE Championship on the line. And apparently this is going to be commercial free. They said this was going to be commercial free. So it should be now 20 minutes. Into the barricade goes Drew. Into that front row goes Drew. Okay, Drew on the outside. There's every chance we get Jacob. Every chance we get Sami. Shot coming into the midsection there by Cody. Another big shot there by Cody. Cody with Drew. Drew being thrown into the ring. Shot coming in. Right hand coming in there by Drew. Cody goes over against the ropes. Chop coming in there by Drew. Cody over against the ropes again. Kick coming in. Cody goes down. Shot coming in there by Cody. Cody going against the ropes. Off that middle rope. Yeah. Ever since Drew started walking away, Cody has come in and got the advantage. Shots coming down there by Cody. Drew in the corner. And again. Shot by Cody. It's staying. That poll has managed to get another 70 votes at 170. And it's still 55-45 in favor of Drew. So it is going to be split opinion whichever way this goes. Kick there by Drew. Cody down. Nobody has got a divine right to be WWE champ, says Wade. If Cody's going to do it, he's going to have to do it the hard way. Okay, Drew finding a way of getting back into this. Cody is down on his hands and knees. Drew drives Cody back in the corner, throws him across the ring. Cody slips out the ring. Drew looking to go through the ropes, go to the outsides. He grabs Cody. Cody blocks it. Drew goes face first into those ring steps. Cody gets back in the ring. Cody looking to go over against the ropes. Cody against the ropes, through the ropes. Gets caught there by Drew. Cody to the outside. Drew coming over, grabbing Cody. Face first. Cody into those ring steps. Drew grabbing Cody on the outside. Drives him into the ring post. Drew is grabbing Cody, picking him up, looking to drive him on the top of those ring steps. And no, he drives him on the edge of the ring. Cody on the edge of the ring, Drew on the outsides. The expectations for this, it feels like it's going to be a win for Cody. That's what I'm expecting, but there is always a chance that the dirt sheets are wrong, a very realistic chance. And it could be that Drew retains. It could be that we get Jacob. It could be that we get Sami. We could get Randy. I mean, there's so many different ways this can play. Against the ropes goes Cody. Back elbow there by Drew. Cody goes down. 1, 2, far too early, of course, for that to be the finish. But King Yeti, chat out to you. Said when it goes down again, buy it. No excuses, says King Yeti. To be honest, I saw that it had gone down, but I was doing some other stuff. So I was like, oh, I want to do that properly. I want to make sure that it's, It's not some, I don't know, flipping basic version of it or whatever. I want it to, you know, I want to make sure I'm buying the right thing. So I was like, I'll come back to that. And when I went back to it, it had gone back up. So, yes, it is lesson learned. They seem to be marking it down, but they only mark it down for a few days. So, King Yeti, I appreciate it, buds. Okay, right now we have got Drew in control. Cody on his feet, Drew on his feet. Shot coming in there by Cody. Right now, up. Lands on the feet. Shot coming in there by Cody. Shot coming back there by Drew. Chop coming in by Drew. Cody against the ropes. Drew in the middle. Shot coming in. Cody backing up. Cody over the top. In the middle. Bang! Down goes Drew. Cody. Cody is looking to go over against the ropes. Off that middle rope. Looking for the Cody cutter. Gets it. Cody cutter connects. Drew down. We've got a shot of Cody with that WrestleMania sign in the background. Fans are with Cody. That's probably not a big surprise. There are people that are still with Cody, of course. We're seeing that in the poll on X, but these fans, I think, would love to see a title change as well. Drew on the outside. Cody sliding to the outside as well. He's grabbing Drew. Drew, though, hurls Cody's shoulder into the ring post. Daze, when you up, down both rosters, it feels like a lot of talent are cold or stagnant. Would we like to see a draft? Yeah. We need one. We've needed one for a long time. I just don't think they could find a place to do it. And then before they knew it, they were in WrestleMania season. So I think post WrestleMania, we really do need to do a draft. Drew has got Cody. Drew. Oof. Driving Cody down. 1, 2. Okay, this match carrying on. When you get the chair and the headphones, you should do an unboxing, said L.I. Baker. I don't think that would be content for this channel. It could be somewhere. Could be on the members' side. Holland said Drew is a coward right now. Shot coming in there by Cody. And again, Drew, middle of the ring. Shot coming in there by Cody. Oh. Drew goes down. Double knees into the arm. He's bending the arm back there, Drew. He stomps down on the arm of Cody. So Drew is in control. Okay, kick coming in there by Drew. King Yeti said he's done more research on the chair than he's done on the chat. That is true. I have spent longer trying to figure out the right chair than I have on the channel. Yeah, but what you don't understand is the chair costs me money. Yeah? And I am very tight. I'm trying to get as much life out of these things as I possibly can. Shot there by Cody. Cody is not a draw, said Kyron. Raw or SmackDown, he will always just be an intro. I don't know, dude. His merch sale numbers are very, very good. He gets a lot of support from the live crowds. X right now is 50-50 on whether they want him to win or not. Right now, Cody in the corner looking for a superplex. Gets it. Gets it. Cody gets the superplex on Drew. RJ Madmer, shout out to you, my friends. Look at that big superplex. Cody chance break out again. There is the WWE Championship. Shot coming in there by Drew. Cody over by the rope. Shot coming back there by Cody. Drew goes over the other sides. Cody grabbing the leg of Drew. Looking for a figure four. Gets it. Figure four is in. Cody has got that figure four in. Cody is not going to get the win that way because Drew is over by the ropes. Why didn't it break? Drew just grabbed the ropes. Why didn't the ref just break the hold when Drew got to the ropes? Cody on his feet. Is this no DQ, said Tribalist? No. This is just a normal match, isn't it? I didn't hear them say it was no DQ. Is it no DQ? Has that got past me? I don't... or was that just a slight little mistake by the ref to not... Right now, we're stripping the desk. Why didn't they do the rope break? I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that. Drew didn't even seem to be, like, angry with it. Well, I mean, that's crazy, isn't it? Because now Drew's going to say that the refs are against him and everyone's going to go, they were, you know. They were. He did a rope break. The desk collapses. Slam X has picked up on it as well. No rope break. Drew might be right. The refs might be against him. Why can't we put baby faces? We want tables. Well, you might as well get a table. You might as well get all the weapons. There doesn't seem to be any DQs. Cody does get a table. Have I missed some? Is this a street fight? Drew comes round. I thought he was going to put it back underneath. Like, you want tables? I'm not going to give you a table, but he sets it up. Right now. Drew has got Cody and he drives him through a table. So Cody goes through a table. Ref in the ring's like... So Cody gets powerbombed through a table, but it's on the outside, which makes you go, Yeah, people are really confused. There's a few people asking about the rope break thing now. Jesus Christ. Right now, we've got Drew with Cody. Crossroads! 1, 2 by Drew. Kick out by Cody. Drew just powerbombed Cody through a table. Hit him with a crossroads. Wow. Table spot and crossroads. Couldn't get it done for Drew. We got 7 minutes left to go. It should have been a couple of DQs, a couple of countouts as well, said Jennifer. Kip up by Drew. This match continuing. Drew is going to Old Faithful. Drew is going to the Claymore. Tries to get it. Super kick there by Cody. Cody drop. Whoa! Cody with a Claymore. 2. Kick out by Drew. I'm glad he didn't beat him with a Claymore. That would have been really disrespectful. That would have been really disrespectful. To beat him with a Claymore. For Drew to beat Cody with a crossroads would have been disrespectful, but for Cody to beat Drew with a Claymore. SmackDown on from 8 to 11. No way. Yeah, 3 hours now. A Cody more, said Alex. What's going on, said the one. Well, it's chaotic. We can say that. Cody going up. Cody lands on his feet. Drew comes over, picks up Cody, spinning him around. The referee was a little bit... Ref had to duck out the way there. Referee again in the corner. What the hell's going on? This is like the Three Stooges. What are these shenanigans? Twice the referee has nearly been knocked down, and now this time he does get knocked down. Referee down. We teased it. We did it. Referee flops to the outsides. Kick coming in by Cody. We don't have a ref. Bring out Danhausen. Bring out Refhausen. We need Refhausen. Oh my God. Cody in the corner. Drew charging over. Big boot there by Cody. Drew, middle of the ring. Shot coming in by Cody. No referee. No referee. Right now, as Cody goes into the corner, we're probably going to have Drew get the pin. And then Drew will be like, I got him pinned and there was no referee. Chop coming in there by Drew. Over against the ropes goes Cody. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Drew picks up Cody. Cody lands on the feet. Cody looking for the crossroads. Crossroads! Cody going for the cover. No referee. No referee. We still don't have a referee. Are we bringing down a spare referee? Do you not have a spare referee? Where's Ref Daff? I saw her earlier. Is no one in Gorilla? Is no one watching? Does no one in the back know we don't have a referee? Why did that take so long? Claymore! 1, 2. Kick out by Cody. Kick out by Cody. Seemed like we weren't bringing a flipping referee down until Cody asked for one. Is that the rule? Where you got to ask for a new referee? Hey, Hunter, Gorilla, would you mind just bringing a ref down? Sorry to inconvenience you. Jeez Louise. Cody managing to get the shoulder up. This is wild, said WrestleRants. Drew is looking up at the ref. Okay, this is not a ref that Drew is happy to see. Come on, man. Come on. Is he going to turn around and just be capitalized on? He turns around. Where's Cody? Cody's still down. Drew has got Cody, throws him into the corner. Dude just stood up and was like, come on, Cody! Cody again getting thrown over into the corner. Cody goes shoulder first. Pain on the face there of Cody. Drew, again, very fixated on this referee. He is not happy. He's putting the hand on the shoulder. Headbutt! Okay, but that's another referee gone. That's another referee gone. He's going outside. He's going to grab a chair. Well, putting your hands on an official is not a good thing, is it? Big cheers from the crowd as Drew gets in the ring with a chair. He has it behind him, but it's Jacob. Jacob snatches the chair away. Jacob gets involved. So Jacob has snatched that chair away. Roll up by Cody. 1, 2. Kick out by Drew. Cody. Kick to the midsection. Future shot connects. McIntyre backs up in the corner. Here we go. It's coming down to this. It's coming down to this. We've only got a minute left. Drew in the corner, looking for the Claymore. Cody slowly getting up to his feet. Drew charges in. Cody moves. Cody moves. Drew crashes and burns. Jacob just preventing Drew from using that chair. Cody going up. Cody cutter connects. Cody connects. We might be a crossroads away from a new champ. Cody hits the crossroads. 1, 2, 3. Cody's done it. The rumors were true. Cody has done it. Cody Rhodes wins back that WWE Championship. And there was so many shenanigans in that match. I wouldn't even know where to begin. So it's gone the way that everyone expected. The rumors were it was going to go that way. You never know when it comes to these rumors, these shenanigans. But it has gone that way. Okay, so Joe has just said, there it is. There is your WrestleMania WWE Championship match. It's Cody Rhodes against Randy Orton. I wonder if that's WWE's way of saying, guys, this is the match we're doing. It's going to be a one-on-one match. It's going to be Cody. It's going to be Randy. Well, I don't even know where you begin when you go talking about that match. I mean, there was so much in there, so many shenanigans. I mean, the lack of that rope break is just crazy. I don't mind Jacob getting involved and preventing Drew from using the chair. Drew purposefully taking out the referee is a bit strange to me. Of all the things he should be focused on in that moment, I'm not sure that the ref was the one that he should have been focused on, but... Okay, we need to get the poll up for the match score, don't we? Okay. The writers are trash, said Big Underdog. Let's get the match score up, shall we? Okay, Cody has got that belt around his waist. Pyro is going off. The road to WrestleMania just became roads to WrestleMania, says Joe. We've gone over a couple of minutes, actually. Cody in the ring celebrating. That is his third championship. It's a big ending to the show. Don't know how that's going to reflect in people's show scores. I think this episode of SmackDown is deeply frustrating. I found a lot of it to be frustrating. Main event was a big main event, and obviously it's going to influence the score, but it's going to be interesting to see what people kind of score this with everything that's just gone down. I think the opinions video tonight is going to be very spicy. I'm expecting a very spicy opinions video. I think there's going to be real strong opinions on this. I will laugh if they've done this to shift more tickets and they don't shift many more. Sorian said 6. I'm disappointed. Daze, now that the dog's not there, who's going to take the blame? If not Paul, he doesn't show up. Now that the dog's not there. I don't know what you mean by that, but... he was losing fans as a champ. He will now lose more, says the one. Daze, I don't know what that comment means, but... Drew should have left Cody alone, said Darren Guy. I do agree with that. I do agree that Drew kept Cody in his orbit. And, ended up having to defend tonight. I do think this is a very weird match, though. I do think a lot of these shenanigans were very questionable. I didn't like the winner, but it was a good match, says Mr. Prince. Randy is going to get that title at WrestleMania. That's not a prediction, said Tyler. It's a spoiler. Miss Tokens World said, Road Dogg clearly not happy with tonight's decision. I don't know. I don't know that was the decision, to be honest with you. Apparently, Cody-Randy has been the plan since early February. So this was not a decision about necessarily this show. Red Santiago said, Cody's going to go into Mania as a babyface. Randy's going to beat him. And then he's going to turn heel after Randy beats him. And then the rest of the rivalry will beat Cody as a heel. I hope Randy wins at Mania, said Don. Orton is going to punt Cody at Mania, said Humpty. I think they should have had it go to credits and then Randy come out and RKO to set the tone off. Ellis Stubbs said Randy won't win. Cody's going to retain. He'll go into a summer program with Jacob. Revel said, as much as I wanted Drew to win, I do get it. Cody-Randy will be great. Drew Oldest now must happen, and I am here for that slobber knocker. Is it going to be 4 baby faces at Mania? Well, at the moment, it's Cody-Randy, and that is the report that is the match. But there was chatter, wasn't there, that there was people talking about Jacob finding his way into like the title picture, but I can't see it being Cody, Jacob, Randy, and like Drew being left out. I mean, if Jacob's getting added, surely Drew gets added. No Sami. That was a bit of a talking point, wasn't it? Was we going to get Sami getting involved? No Sami. Drew gets screwed constantly. I don't know why WWE hates him. Well, they just gave him a title run, but it's hard to say he gets screwed when he just won the championship and carried it for 2 months. There's going to be a contract signing, says Connor. Main event is going to put asses in seats, says Humpty. Okay, get your votes in for our main event match. Obviously, we've got our breakdown. So we need to do our breakdown. Get your thoughts in. For that match, we'll do opinions video as well, and this could be one of the spiciest opinions video we have ever done. People are going to have big feelings on this. The passive aggression in Sami is a bit weird. It makes me feel uncomfortable, said Akeem. Daze, do we think they have half the signings we have if Vince was in charge? I don't know, but I mean, probably not, because you know, there was people that you know, I don't know that you would have had Bray, because Vince let Bray go, didn't he? So I don't think you would have had that Bray return if Vince was around. And I don't think you would have had Dakota, because she was let go. I don't think Vince would have brought her back. Carrion, he was let go. I don't know that Vince would have brought him back. I think it would be different. Obviously, it's questionable how much some of those that have been brought in have worked. But yeah, I'm sure it would have been different under Vince. I'm not sure if it would have been better or worse. I suppose it depends how you feel about different people that are in the company right now. Here we go. What do you want to talk about? Says Black Onyx. Who cares? Randy turning heel and winning at WrestleMania is not going to happen. We got that last year with Cena. The stream's going to end shortly. It is going to end shortly. We're just getting a few final thoughts. And then we'll do the breakdown. Oreo said, I don't get WWE. There's so many different options for Cody. They panic and they put him in unless he has a belt. It's backstage politics. Listen, I can only tell you what people have reported, and what they've said is the plan for Cody is that he was always going to be involved in the main event, right? They didn't have to take the belt off him in January. Like, he could have just kept being champion and gone into Mania as champion. But they wanted to do it for a couple of reasons. One, they felt they made this road to WrestleMania more exciting. And the other thing is that it meant that they could put him in the Rumble, they could put him in the Chamber. So I think anyone that's looking at this through the lens of Cody always finds his way back to the belt, I think you're wrong, because I think he was always meant to be getting this title. It's not that he's politicked and found a way back to the title. It's the fact that when he lost it in January, the plan was always that he was going to get this belt back. They did it to make the Rumble more exciting and the Chamber more exciting. So the idea that, oh, I can't believe it, Cody's found his way back to the championship. He always does this. He must be the golden child. The plan seemingly was always this. So it's just gone the way that they, you know, sort of expected it to go. If you want to be down on anything, I wouldn't necessarily be down on Cody getting the belt back. I would be down on the fact that they're not putting Drew in that Mania match. Because Cody going in as champion or being involved in the championship match, that was always going to happen. But Drew now seemingly not being in that match, and he's just going to be at Mania, probably middle of the card in a match against Jacob, that feels harsh to me. That feels harsh to me. That feels like you're just kind of, I don't know. He could very easily find himself in that main event. You could have kept the belt on him. He could have gone in as champion. If not, there's an easy way that we can get to the Fatal 4-Way. You know, Jacob, Drew, they could still feature. So I would say if you want to be down on anything, that's probably a constructive thing to be down on. The fact that they are not seemingly going to have Drew in that match, I think is disappointing. But the idea that Cody has got this belt back and he's politicked for it, I don't think there's any truth to that. I think this was always the plan. They didn't have to take it off him in the first place, but they did for the reasons that the dirt sheets have been reporting. Okay, let's get this score. It is goods. People, bit split. Good got 34%. Great got 32%. 22% bads. 12%. So that's going to come out as is very close between good and great. There was only a couple of percent in it, but it does come out as a good rating. So, right. Let's go and do the breakdown. Let's go and do the opinions video. All your opinions, get them in that opinions video. I ain't gonna be sharing my thoughts in that opinions video. It's your place to get your thoughts across, so you can get off your chest whatever you want to get off your chest. Feedback required. What did you think about SmackDown? There we go. What did you think about SmackDown? So you can leave your feedback on X, and I will be doing that video after the breakdown. Daze, just a public service announcement. My VPN crashed 8 times during SmackDown. If people are planning on watching Mania with a VPN, then I've got a feeling that Netflix might be starting to crack down. Okay, thank you. Undercover Manager said, hear me now, at some point, very soon, Cody is going to have a character shift. It might not be a full heel turn, but a shift. I think we're going to see Cody in like a horseman style faction. Maybe Ethan and Starks. That'd be great. I'd be definitely down for something like that. I don't think, for me, I'm looking for the heel turn, but a shift, an edgy presentation. Definitely here for that. Right. What happened to Danhausen's curse? Well, I don't think he actually put a curse on. I think he said, you're going to mentor me, otherwise I will put a curse on. Okay. Adam said, what's your thoughts? Well, I'm going to do the breakdown now, buds. I'm going to do the breakdown. We're going to go through the whole show, and we'll get everything we've just basically said in the stream boiled down. I think score-wise, this is going to be very interesting. I'm really mentally all over the place. There was stuff on this show I really hated. It's often, not often I say I hated stuff, but there's stuff here that really wound me up. And then the stuff here that I thought was good. So it's a mixed bag. I think there's a lot of underwhelming matches. And then you've got that big bombshell of a new champ at the end. So trying to put a score on that is very difficult. So I'm going to have to give that a little bit of thought. But breakdown coming next. So thanks to everyone joining us. I'm going to share my thoughts. And then we'll get to opinions and we'll do your thoughts. RG Madma, thank you, buds. And right, I'm going to go do that stream. Appreciate it. I'll see you in a moment for the breakdown.